can go ahead and get started, brother.
Shalom, everyone. As our beloved brother stated, he would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 36, please. That is Psalm 3:6. Psalms 36. That is Psalms 3:6. It reads, "The transgression of the wicked said within my heart that there is no fear of Elohim before his eyes. For he flattereth himself in his own eyes until his iniquity be found to be hateful. The words of his mouth are iniquity and deceit. He hath left off to be wise and to do good. He devises mischief upon his bed. He setteth himself in a way that is not good. He abhorreth not evil. Thy mercy, O Yahweh, is in the heavens, and thy faithfulness reaches unto the clouds. Thy righteousness is like the great mountains. Thy judgments are a great deep. O Yahweh, thou preservest man and beast. How excellent is thy loving kindness, O Elohim. Therefore the children of men put their trust under the shadows of thy wings. They shall be abundantly satisfied with the fatness of thy house, and thou shalt make them drink of the river of thy pleasures. For with thee is the fountain of life. In thy light shall we see light. O continue thy loving kindness unto them that know thee, and thy righteousness to the upright in heart. Let not the foot of pride come against me, and let not the hand of the wicked remove me. There are the workers of iniquity fallen. They are cast down, and shall not be able to rise." Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
As our beautiful brother stated, we shall everyone turn to Psalms 104, please. That's Psalms 104. Our beloved brother. One 104. It reads, "Bless Yahweh, O my soul. O Yahweh, my Elohim, thou art very great. Thou art clothed with honor and majesty, who coverest thyself with light as with a garment, who stretchest out the heavens like a curtain, who layeth the beams of his chambers in the waters, who maketh the cloud his chariot, who walketh upon the wings of the wind, who maketh his angels spirits, his ministers a flaming fire, who laid the foundations of the earth, that it should not be removed forever. Thou coverest it with the deep as with a garment. The waters stood above the mountains. At thy rebuke they fled. At the voice of thy thunder they hasted away. They go up by the mountains, they go down by the valleys unto the place which thou hast founded for them. Thou hast set a bound that they may not pass over, that they turn not again to cover the earth. He sendeth the springs into the valleys, which run among the hills. They give drink to every beast of the field. The wild asses quench their thirst. By them shall the fowls of the heavens have their habitation, which sing among the branches. He watereth the hills from his chambers. The earth is satisfied with the fruit of thy works. He causes the grass to grow for the cattle, and herb for the service of man, that he may bring forth food out of the earth, and wine that maketh glad the heart of man, and oil that maketh his face to shine, and bread which strengthens man's heart. The trees of Yahweh are full of sap, the cedars of Lebanon, which he hath planted, where the birds make their nests. As for the stork, the fir trees are her house. The high hills are a refuge for the wild goats, and the rocks for the conies. He appointed the moon for seasons. The sun knoweth his going down. Thou makest darkness, and it is night, wherein all the beasts of the forest do creep forth. The young lions roar after their prey, and seek their meat from Elohim. The sun arises, they gather themselves together, they lay them down in the dens. Man goeth forth into his work and to his labor until the evening. O Yahweh, how manifold are thy works! In wisdom hast thou made them all. The earth is full of thy riches. So is this great wide sea, wherein all things creep innumerable, both small and great beasts. There go the ships. There is that Leviathan, whom thou hast made to play therein. These wait all upon thee, that thou mayest give them their meat in due season. That thou givest them, they desire. That thou givest them, they gather. Thou openest thy hand, they are filled with good. Thou hidest thy face, they are troubled. Thou takest away their breath, they die, and returns to the dust. Thou sendest forth thy spirit, they are created, and thou renewest the face of the earth. The glory of Yahweh shall endure forever. Yahweh shall rejoice in his works. He looketh on the earth, and it trembleth. He touches the hills, and they smoke. I will sing unto Yahweh as long as I live. I will sing praise to my Elohim while I have being. My meditation of him shall be sweet. I will be glad in Yahweh. Let the sinners be consumed out of the earth, and let the wicked be no more. Bless thou Yahweh, O my soul. Praise ye Yahweh. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah and Shalom, Israel. First and foremost, I would like to give thanks and praise to the Creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is, as our brother Yamin just read from Psalms 104. And we also like to ask Yahweh to allow the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart to be acceptable in his sight. Yahweh, our strength and our Redeemer. And please, at this time, get yourself a pen and a piece of paper that you may jot down and a holy scripture that you may jot down these most relevant scriptures that we will give today on this vital subject matter, which is the greatest gift to mankind. Again, today's presentation will be called The Greatest Gift of Mankind, the greatest gift to mankind. And we will use this presentation, as we use all our presentations, to make a difference, to make a distinction between the holy and the unholy, between the right and the wrong, and make a difference between that which is written and that which is not. And saying all of that, I would love to read or reiterate a few verses from Psalms 104 that our brother Yamin just read for us all. And what I would love to expound on is where it tells us in Psalms 104, if we pick up at the 27th verse, and it reads again, "These wait all upon thee, that thou mayest give them their meat in due season," because without the meat, they die. "That thou give them, they gather, thy opens thy hand. That thou gives them, they gather, thy opens thy hand. They are filled with good. Thy hidest thy face, they are troubled. Thy take away, note, the breath of life. Thy take away their breath, they die. And they don't just die and go to heaven or float around in heaven and drinking milk and honey. The Almighty allow us to know they die and return to their dust. Thy send forth thy spirit, Ruach, the breath. They are created. And we're going to show all these things. And thy renewest the face of the earth. The glory of Yahweh shall endure forever. Yahweh shall rejoice in his work. And the work that he's talking about rejoicing in is what we are teaching on today. This great gift to mankind. And it is called life. Life is the greatest gift to mankind. And I just wrote it, the title like that, to make you think, to make you curious. But it's not just the greatest gift to mankind, but the greatest gift to anything that is living. Life is the greatest gift, for it allows you to live. And that gift comes by none other than your Creator. Thus, in closing of this 104th division of Psalms, it tells us, I will sing, the 33rd verse, I will sing into Yahweh, as we're going to sing this day, by way of witnessing, by way of showing forth the knowledge of the holy, by way of law and testimony. It says, I will sing into Yahweh as long as I live. This man, this psalmist, main concern while he is on the face of the earth is to sing praises to Yahweh as long as I live, I will sing praises to my Elohim while I have my being. My life is all about the life. Because once the life is taken away, you no longer have the precious gift of Yahweh any longer. The precious gift of Yahweh is taken back. The precious breath of life, that ruach, the spirit, is given back to him that created you. So I just wanted to expound on those few verses to let you know how vital and important Psalms 104 was when y'all men read it for us. It denoted that Yahweh is the creator. And out of this creation that he had done, the greatest gift was life. And the Almighty wanted us to live a long life with him. Thus, in this subject matter, I have a few points that I wanted to bring out. And I'm going to bring out these points. That way it's said on the recording. And then I will try to go chronological order and respond to all of these points of knowledge of the Holy. And the very first point I want to make before I get to reading, and my reading will back up every one of these points. The first point I want to make is that how precious the gift of life is from Yahweh. That's the very first point I want to stress. It is very precious to be a recipient of this gift of life, which only comes by way of Yahweh. This gift is physical and it is spiritual, and it is even known to be eternal. The purpose of this gift is that the one that receives life glorifies Yahweh. That is the purpose of you being made. That is the purpose of you being chosen to be a recipient of life. Your purpose is to glorify Yahweh. And in this glorifying Yahweh, you are to experience a full, fulfilling relationship with Yahweh. And we will find all these things that I'm bringing out by way of points in our reading. The second point I would love to bring out, for all that was just the first point. The second point I would love to bring out is that it is Yahweh, known as our maker and our creator. Thus, Yahweh is the giver of life. Again, physical and spiritual. You don't get physical life from Yahweh and then get a spiritual life by messing with a character in the New Testament. No, Yahweh is the giver of life, physical and spiritual. The third point that I would love to make is that Yahweh brought forth this life by his breath. Thus, we will find the terminology throughout the scripture, the breath of life. The third point is that Yahweh gives life by way of his breath, ruach, spirit, wind, and it is known as the breath of life. The fourth point that I would love to make is that this sustaining breath is essential. Note, this sustaining breath, which only comes from our Creator, is substantial for all living things. Yahweh is sovereignty over life and death. He is the ruler, king over life and death. This physical life that we are living and is speaking about is an animating force in humans and all living organisms. And this physical was to be valued. All life comes from Yahweh, both physical and spiritual. Yahweh is the only one that has power over life and death. And another point that I would like to make is on this spiritual source. It allows us to know that Yahweh is the spiritual source, and the spiritual source that is used and also labeled is called the Holy Spirit, which denotes a divine essence, a transcendence, and interconnections. We will find in our scriptures that the servants of the Creator was to accept suffering and was to praise Yahweh all their days. And we will also find in this presentation that Yahweh concerns about life. And we will find that Yahweh concerns about life was dealing with continuancy. It was dealing with punishment. It was dealing with preservation. And it was dealing with protection. I'm just showing you the points I want to bring out and that we will actually go over. We will actually read these particular chapter and verses, and they will denote Yahweh's concern about life, and it will show us that his concern about life dealt with continuity, it dealt with punishment, it dealt with preservation, and it dealt with protection. And we also will find terminology used dealing with the shortness of life, which will denote the opposite of longevity. So we will find terms that Yahweh used in the scripture that denote the shortness of life, such terms as dream, shadow, cloud, flower, vapor, sleep, tale being told, and pilgrimage. And I also want to note before I close that humanity was created with a purpose, and Yahweh has plans for each individual. Let me say that again. Humanity. Yahweh created humanity with a purpose. We are not just on this earth walking around without a purpose. And I think it was a couple lessons back I just stated this, and I said we all need to find our purpose for being on earth. And I'm quite sure I answered it. And that was our purpose was on earth. Our purpose for being on earth is to be in a likeness with our Creator. For in Genesis, the very first chapter, we will find that Yahweh made man after his likeness and after his image. So when we read certain scriptures read certain verses in the scripture where it tells us that this man was a man of Elohim, well, it denotes his purpose. It denoted that Yahweh made man for a purpose. And that purpose was, as I read earlier, to have a genuine relationship with Yahweh after his likeness. So again, humanity was created for a purpose and with a purpose, and Yahweh has plans for each individual. The meaning of life found in glorifying Yahweh. So when you're looking for your meaning, what's my meaning in life? Why was I created? What am I here for? The meaning of life is found in glorifying Yahweh and living a life that reflects Yahweh character. So I would like to close on that note. The meaning of life is found in glorifying Yahweh and living a life that reflects Yahweh character. And saying that, I would love to read a couple of words of warning that is found in our book of wisdom, and we'll get right into these chapter and verses, these relevant chapter and verses. Right now, I would love for the listening audience to all turn their holy scriptures to Proverbs chapter 1, please. Proverbs chapter 1. And maybe these words of warning will allow us to believe in every word that Yahweh has said. For it tells us in wisdom, if we take a look at the very first chapter of Proverbs, and it reads, the Proverbs of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel, to know wisdom and instruction, to perceive the words of understanding, for we are truly bringing forth the knowledge of the holy. It tells us to perceive the words of understanding, to receive the instruction of wisdom, justice, and judgment, and equity, to give subtlety to the simple, to the young man knowledge and discretion. And I hope these things are fulfilled this day. I hope that many of you will leave this conference call with knowledge and discretion. It says, a wise man will hear and will increase in learning, and a man of understanding shall attain to wise counsel. To understand a proverb and the interpretation, the words of the wise and their dark sayings. The fear of Yahweh is the beginning of knowledge. That's why we're here. That's why we find ourselves in the book of wisdom, because we're trying to learn these words of knowledge, and we're trying to install fear in our brothers and sisters. Thus it reads again in the 7th verse, The fear of Yahweh is the beginning of knowledge. But fools despise wisdom and instruction, and they do not fear Yahweh. The 8th verse of Proverbs 1 reads, My son, hear the instruction of thy father, and forsake not the law of thy mother, for they shall be an ornament of grace, mercy, into thy head, and chains about thy neck. My son, if sinners entice thee, consent thy not. If they say, Come with us, let us lay wait for blood. Let us lord privately for the innocent, without cause. Let us swallow them up alive as the grave, and whole as those that go down into the pit. Note, we shall find all precious substance. We shall fill our houses with spoil. Cast in thy lot among us. Let us all have one purse. The instruction is, my son, walk not thy in the way with them. Refrain thy foot from their path, for their feet run to evil, and make haste to shed blood. Surely in vain the net is spread, and the sight of any bird, and they lay wait for their own blood. They lord privately for their own lives. So are the ways of everyone that is greedy of gain, which take, please take the note, which take away the life of the owners thereof. Wisdom cried without. She utters her voice in the streets. She cries in the chief place of the concourse, in the openings of the gates. In the city she utters her words, saying, How long, ye simple ones, will you love simplicity? And the scorners delight in their scorning, and fools hate knowledge. Turn you at my reproof. Behold, I will pour out my spirit, and that's exactly what we need, into you. I will make known my words into you, because I called and you refused. I had stretched out my hand and no man regarded. They didn't want to concern themselves with life. Instead, they want to concern themselves with the afterlife. It reads, again in the 24th verse, because I called and you refused. I had stretched out my hand and no man regarded. But ye have set at naught all my counsel. All that I'm about to show you about life, you have set at naught. You speaking about what's going to happen after you die. It reads, and was none of my reproof, none of my correction. I also will laugh at your calamity. I will mock when your fear comes. When your fear comes as desolation, and your destruction comes as a whirlwind. When distress and anguish come upon you, then shall they call upon me, but I will not answer. And we just read with our brother Yamin what happens when Yahweh hides himself. You are in trouble. Thus the 28th verse reads again, then shall they call upon me, but I will not answer. They shall seek me early, but they shall not find me, for that they hated knowledge. They hated knowledge of the holy, and did not choose the fear of Yahweh. They were none of my counsel. They talking about what's going to happen after death. They got hope in something after they die. it reads, they was none of my counsel. They despised all of my reproof, all of my correction, all of my instructions. Therefore shall they eat of the fruit of their own way, and be filled with their own devices. So every time they come thinking about what's the importance of life, they're going to override that and think about what's more important when they die. They ain't even really considering how old they might be today and how many years Yahweh might give them. Instead, they ready to give up longevity and see what they got in the afterlife, as they call it. It reads in the 32nd verse, for the turning away of the simple shall slay them. And you teaching that there is a life after death is truly turning away the simple. The fool, it says, for the turning away of the simple shall slay them, and the prosperity of fools shall destroy them. But whoso hearken unto me shall dwell safely, and shall be quiet from the fear of evil. And most times, this evil denotes death. One more place I would love to go by way of warning, and that's also found in the book of Proverbs, and it is found in the 21st chapter, and I would like to start reading at the 21st verse. The 21st verse of Proverbs 21, and I will read to the, I think I got here the 24th chapter. Let me make sure. But we all need to go to the 21st chapter of Proverbs. And let's pick up at the 21st chapter of Proverbs. And let's start reading at the 21st verse. And we will read to the 24th verse. And I would also like to include the 30th verse. So let's start reading at Proverbs 21, verse 21. And we will read to the 24th verse. Thus it reads, he that follow after righteousness and mercy finds life. So you already born. You already been created. So the Almighty is allowing us to know something else, how precious the gift of Yahweh is, physically and spiritually. Thus it tells us again, he that follow after righteousness and mercy finds life. And you can look up this word life in your Hebrews concordance under 24:16. Life in your Hebrew concordance under 24:16. Righteousness and honor. A wise man scaled the city of the mighty and cast down the strength of the confidence thereof. Whoso keep his mouth and his tongue keep his soul from troubles. Proud and haughty, scorners is his name, who deals in pride wrath, or proud wrath. The last verse I would love to read in this chapter is the 30th verse. The 30th verse of the 21st chapter of Proverbs read in closing, there is no wisdom nor understanding nor counsel against Yahweh. If Yahweh say, the greatest gift that I gave to mankind is life, and I want him to live long on this earth, to have a righteous relationship with me, walking in my image and after my likeness, that's exactly what he means. If I teach you something other than that after we die, I have just added. If I give you an idea to think about something other than what Yahweh said, I am truly in error. We are Yahweh witnesses. The scripture tells us Yahweh is the king. He is the judge. He will save us. So we are only under Yahweh rule. We're not under our brother's rule. We're under Yahweh rule. And this presentation dealing with the greatest gift to mankind denotes that it is life. And while we are under life, while we are a recipient of this precious gift, we were to walk as men and women of Elohim. We were supposed to be known as sons and daughters of Elohim because of our name, because of our geographical location, and because of our character or our integrity. We feared it, Yahweh, and we departed from evil, and that allowed it, that precious gift, to be prolonged. And saying that, let us all please turn our scripture to Genesis, the very first chapter. Genesis, the very first chapter, to help explain this great subject matter, which is called the greatest gift to mankind. And we already gave the answer. The answer is life. Thus, let us turn our scriptures to Genesis 1. And it tells us in Genesis 1, if we pick up at the very first verse, and it reads to the 5th verse. In the beginning, Yahweh created the heaven and the earth. In the beginning. And the earth was without form. And please take note of these instructions. Please take note of this knowledge of the Holy, because we find ourselves in the book of Genesis, which denotes the beginning. So we get a glance, we get a special look at what Yahweh said in the beginning, what Yahweh desired in the beginning, before he even made a man, before he even gave the man this precious gift. We get to read and understand Yahweh desire in the beginning, even dealing with life. Thus it reads in the 2nd verse of Genesis 1. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of Yahweh moved upon the face of the waters. And Yahweh said, let there be light. And there was light. That's the first distinction that is made. He made light out of darkness. That's the first distinction. That's the first difference that he allowed man to understand in his creation. It also tells us in the 4th verse, and Yahweh saw the light, that it was good, and Yahweh divided the light from the darkness. And Yahweh called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day. It also tells us in this great chapter, if we pick up at the 19th verse, let's pick up at the 20th verse. And it tells us in the 20th verse, because I want to take you here, because we're dealing with life. And Elohim said, let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creatures that have life. It reads, and the fowl that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven. And Yahweh created great whales and every living creature that moved, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind. And Yahweh saw that it was good. And Yahweh blessed them, saying, be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters in the sea, and let fowls multiply in the earth. And the evening and the morning were the 5th day. So it allows us to know, dealing with this creation in the order that we have in Genesis 1, it let us know that the animals that was created, that swam in the sea, was created first, and then it tells us that the fowls was also created that same day. The 24th verse reads, and Yahweh said, let the earth bring forth the living creatures after his kind, cattle and creeping things. Note what the creatures are known as, living, and beasts of the earth after his kind. And it was so. It tells us, and Elohim made the beasts of the earth after his kind, and the cattle after their kind, and everything that creep upon the earth after his kind. And Yahweh saw that it was good. And Yahweh said, let us make man in our image. And please take note of the writing, because the way it's written, many people believe, based on the teachings coming by way of Christianity, is that there is more than one creator. They even teach in this 26th verse that there was a character with the Almighty. But we're going to disprove all those things with this great lesson, with this knowledge of the holy and this knowledge of life. We're about to reprove that, because we're going to find out, even though it reads as it reads, let us make man, we're going to find out what it took to make man, what it took to give man life. And we're going to find out it wasn't 2 or 3 people that did it. That breath came from one person, even though before that is shown, we read, let us. But we're going to also find out that us was turned to Yahweh alone, and that us did not breathe the breath of life into Adam. For it tells us who breathed the breath of life into Adam. So that should allow us to know that that is a bad rendering when you see that us. For only Yahweh alone brought forth the light, brought forth the well, that brought forth the fowls, and that created man. Only Yahweh alone. There is only one creator, and his name is Yahweh. Thus it reads again in the 26th verse, and Yahweh said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness. Note, in our image, after our likeness. And that is Elohimly like, when a man is in the image of Elohim and after the likeness of Elohim. And let him have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl of the air and over the cattle. Keep up with me. And over all the earth and over every creeping thing that creep upon the earth. And all those things are living. Where the Almighty put the living man over all those things that live. The 27th verse reads, note, it does not say, so they created man. Nor does it say, so us created man. But it boldly reads, so Yahweh created man in his. That's singular. That's not plural. That's not we. That's not speaking in French. That's not a group. It says, in his own image. God created man in his own image. He did not create man in our image, but his image. Created he, singular, him. And it lets us know what this creation consists of. That's why the title is called The Greatest Gift to Mankind, and not just the greatest gift to man. Thus it reads, male and female created he them. And Yahweh blessed them. And Yahweh said unto them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it and have over the fish of the sea and fowl of the air and over every living thing that moves upon the earth. So it allows us to know. Let me read down to the 30th verse, It says, and Elohim said, behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree, and the which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed, to you it shall be for meat. And to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creep upon the earth, wherein there is life. So I have given every green herb for meat, and it was so. And Yahweh saw that he had made. Please take note. And behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning was the sixth day. It also tells us, take a look at the second chapter of Genesis. The second chapter of Genesis, and it tells us in the second chapter of Genesis, if we pick up at the very first verse, Genesis, the second chapter. The very first verse reads, excuse me, I want to pick up at the fourth verse. I want to stick with the point. The point we are showing is that the greatest gift to mankind is life. Thus, it tells us in the second chapter, the fourth verse, these are the generations of the heaven and of the earth when they were created. Please take note. They're not just the generations, but it denotes the mindset of your maker. It says, when they were created, in the day that Yahweh made the earth and the heavens, and every plant of the field, living organism, before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. For Yahweh had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground, not before he made and created the first man and gave him life. There was no man. The sixth verse reads, but there went up a mist from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground. Note the seventh verse, and Yahweh Elohim formed man of the dust of the ground, and note, breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. And once this breath of life, once this precious gift was given to that man or woman, it reads, and man became a living soul. So, the soul is created, but it doesn't have that precious gift until the soul that is, until it become a living soul. For the life is the precious gift from Yahweh that he have given to mankind. And man became a living soul. It also tells us in the 8th verse, and Yahweh Elohim planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he planted the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made Yahweh Elohim to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food. The tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So it allows us to know the first man was created, he became a soul, and Yahweh placed in that soul a precious gift, which is called none other than life. It also tells us we see that based on the 2nd chapter of Genesis, it allows us to know that the breath of life, a unique relationship of independency and to the immediacy to and dependency. So it allows us to know the dependency of Yahweh. It tells us, before I go anywhere, in the 19th verse of the same chapter, it reads, and out of the ground Yahweh Elohim formed every beast of the field, and they all had life, and every fowl of the air, and brought them to Adam to see what he would call them. And whatsoever Adam called every living creature, he wasn't naming a dead creature. He was only commanded and instructed to name the living creature that was the name thereof. So it allows us to know, as we read in Genesis 1, Yahweh made man by himself, and he had man and made man after his likeness and after his image, and he gave man rulership over all the living that was in the earth. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 3rd chapter of Genesis, the 3rd chapter of Genesis, and it tells us in the 3rd chapter of Genesis, if we pick up at the 22nd verse, and it tells us in the 3rd chapter of Genesis, the 22nd verse, to continue to establish the knowledge of the holy, dealing with the greatest gift to mankind. It lets us know in the 22nd verse, and Yahweh Elohim said, behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now, please take note, and now lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life. For there was a tree in the garden of good and evil, and there was another tree in the garden which was called the tree of life. And the Almighty didn't want the sinner to eat the tree of life. And why not? It reads, and eat and live forever. The Almighty didn't want the sinner to live forever. The Almighty didn't want the man that broke the relationship with him to live forever. Even though he haven't touched the tree of life yet, the Almighty guarded the tree of life from not just him, but from anybody. So it allows us to know that Yahweh, as I stated earlier, is the master. He has the power over life and death, no one else. And he is showing you his strength, his authority by us reading. Again, it reads in the 22nd verse, and Yahweh Elohim said, behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life, and eat and live forever. Therefore Yahweh Elohim sent him forth from the Garden of Eden, that is man, the living man, to till the ground from which he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubims and a flaming sword which turned every way to keep the way of the tree of life. So this tree of life still finds itself in the garden, protected from mankind. It also tells us dealing with this tree of life, I would like to throw in a couple verses. And the verse I would like to show is found in Proverbs, the 3rd chapter. And let's take a look at the 18th verse, dealing with what we just read in the 3rd chapter of Genesis, dealing with the tree of life. There is more words dealing with this tree of life that we can find in Proverbs 3, verse 18. Let us go there real quick. Proverbs 3, verse 18. And it reads, I'll start at the 16th verse. And please take note of the wording, because again, our presentations are designed to make a difference. Well, we're talking about life and death. We're talking about what's the gift or the greatest gift to mankind. It tells us I'll start at the 13th verse of Proverbs 3. The 13th verse, and I'll read to the 18th verse. And it reads, happy is the man. And note this word happy, because I just asked a few people today. I noticed our brothers and sisters continue to say Shabbat Shalom, and they continue to say Happy Sabbath. And I am so afraid to add or take away anything that is written. I must ask my brothers and reprove my brothers with, why are you saying Happy Sabbath? Can you please show me where that is mentioned in our Holy Scriptures? What they have done is they have added or they have taken away. Instead of Holy Sabbath, they saying Happy Sabbath. Well, the Almighty never told his children to call the Sabbath a Happy Sabbath. We must use the terminology that Yahweh gave to his children. And all we find is a holy, a consecrated, a sanctified, a hallowed. We will never find happy. I just wanted to bring that to your attention, because I love to do that. Anytime we read over things that is based on rumors and bad narratives, I love to bring them up. So again, the 13th verse says, happy is the man that find wisdom, and the man that get understanding. For the merchandise of it is better than the merchandise of silver, and the gain thereof than fine gold. This wisdom is more precious than ruby, and all the things thy can desire are not to be compared into wisdom. Note the 16th verse. Length of days, and there is a way of receiving length of days that will be good to thy soul. It reads, length of days is in her right hand, and in her left hand riches and honor. Her ways are ways of pleasantness. There's only one way, dealing with righteousness. And all her paths are peace. And please take note of this 18th verse, for it reads in reference to what we just read in Genesis the second chapter, or the third chapter, should I say, dealing with the tree of life, it reads in the 18th verse, wisdom is a tree of life. Who did? To mankind, it reads, to them that lay hold on her. And happy is everyone that retains her. So if you want to say happy wisdom, you can say that. But you cannot find happy Sabbath. It also tells us in the 11th chapter of Proverbs, let's take a look at the 30th verse. The 11th chapter of Proverbs, the 30th verse tells us, dealing with what we read in Genesis 3, dealing with the tree of life, it tells us in the 30th verse of the 11th chapter of Proverbs, the fruit of the righteous. Well, what is the fruit of the righteous? It's the instructions. It's the law. It's the command. It's the charge. It's the judgment. It's the statutes. It reads, the fruit of the righteous is a tree of life. So the Almighty is allowing us to know how we can prolong this great, precious gift, which is called none other than life. Thus, again, the 30th verse reads, the fruit of the righteous is a tree of life, and he that wins souls is wise. It also tells us and shows us, dealing with this life, a natural birth. And this natural birth can be shown by way of Adam and Eve bringing forth Cain and Abel. Thus, let us go back to Genesis and let's read this natural birth that denotes life. Genesis 4, 1 and 2. And it tells us in Genesis 4, verse 1 and 2, Adam knew Eve, his wife, and she conceived. Natural birth. Not no miraculous birth, none of that. And we're getting this from the beginning. So if we get a miraculous birth at the end, then that can only denote that somebody has added or taken away from the words of Yahweh. Somebody have added or taken away from the desire and what Yahweh requires. Because it allows us to know that the very first man and woman on earth had their children naturally. Thus it reads, and Adam knew Eve, his wife, and she conceived and bare Cain, and said, I have gotten a man from Yahweh. And she again bare his brother, natural birth, Abel. And Abel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. I just wanted to use this to continue on dealing with this life and how Yahweh created this soul and gave a soul his precious gift, which is none other than life. And this presentation will allow us to know what man was expected to do to prolong his life. And we know that it was only to prolong his life because the Almighty has already put an angel around the tree of life that will allow you to live forever. That is guarded. So the only life that you're supposed to consider yourself with today and in those days that we are reading about is the life that you have. And we even have a record in Genesis, the 15th chapter, Genesis, the 5th chapter, to show the generations of Adam and all those men. It don't allow us to know the ages of the women, but it definitely allows us to know the ages of the men. And all those men days were prolonged. All those men was recipients of the precious gift from Yahweh, which was none other than life. And it looks like the more righteous man was, the longer they lived, to where we had a man living all the way up to 950 years. 50 years away from 1,000 years old. And the only reason you're living that long is because you're doing right by Yahweh, because you are walking in the likeness and in the image of Yahweh, fearing him, glorifying him, and the Almighty finds favor in men like that, or he show favor in men and women like that, and we find out that they wind up living their days. They are told that they're going to die at an old age, or they are told that they will be able to fulfill their days before they die. And that is the righteousness. That is the righteousness and the loving kindness of our Creator, to where he gives one such a precious gift and even can extend that gift depending on your obedience and depending on your actions. We also find in the book of Deuteronomy, if we go there, please, let's go to the 30th chapter, Deuteronomy 30. For when we see, according to the Genesis, the beginning, how Yahweh created man and how Yahweh placed this great gift into all man, and this great gift was called life. Well, we showed that much. Well, we also going to show how did man continue with that spirit? How did man continue with that life source? And the way man continued and prolonged it, his life source, was by being righteous with the Almighty, by walking in a relationship with the Almighty that denoted you walking in his likeness and in his image. It tells us in Deuteronomy, the 30th chapter, once the people were called the children of Israel, and they were under the covenant of Yahweh, once they were delivered out of captivity and found themselves in the wilderness. At this time, it denoted the 40th year of their wandering in the wilderness. And I just want to display what was continuously told to Yahweh's children. And we can find this in Deuteronomy 30. Let's go to the 16th verse first. Deuteronomy 30, verse 16. And it tells us in the 16th verse, it reads, I'll read the 15th and the 16th verse together. And these are the things that were told to the Almighty children who were called the Israelites in the wilderness. They haven't made it in the land or anything yet. They're in the wilderness. This denotes their 40th year of their wandering. And they were told this by Yahweh. It reads in the 15th and 16th verse of Deuteronomy 30. See, I have set before you this day life and good. Do y'all see the connection? Life and good. I allow you to live to do good. If you go backwards, do good and you should live. Or do good and you should have life. You see the connection? See, I have set before thee this day life and good. Life and good go together. It is synonymous. We, under tradition and bad teaching, we putting life and death together. And that is not the order, nor the instruction of your maker. The two things that go together is life and good. And this is what Yahweh has set before you. Life and good. And note the distinction. Note the difference. And death and evil. And as I stated, usually when you're doing evil, it denotes death. That's what we read in Proverbs 1, the last verse. Let us know that they would be punished, that they would not be heard because of their evil. Well, evil denotes death. If you're doing good, it denotes life. And the scripture allows us to know that that's how many of our people days were prolonged, because of the good relationship that they had with their maker, walking in his likeness and in his image, and acknowledging and confirming every word. So it tells us again in its entirety, in its 15th and 16th verse, see, I set before you this day life and good, death and evil. Those are the only two choices. There's not a third choice where you can do good in heaven and you'll just be flying around drinking milk and honey. No, life and good on earth, and death and evil on earth. And that I command you this day. Look at the command. Look at the instructions. Look how you can prolong your life. It says, and that I command thee this day to love Yahweh thy Elohim. Note what else you got to do. To walk in his ways. Likeness and image. And to keep his commandments, and his statutes, and his judgments, that thy mayest live. Did y'all get that? Did you realize how you can stay alive? Did you just realize how you can be a recipient of the precious gift of Yahweh? And the only way that you can be a recipient of the precious gift of Yahweh, you must, especially when we talk about prolonging life, walk in his ways and keep his commandments and his statutes and his judgments. So for those that say, well, yeah, we under everything except the judgments, you're not a recipient of life, nor are you a recipient of the knowledge of the holy, because you cannot dismiss judgments. And you say, why not? Because Yahweh didn't. And we are teaching you what Yahweh said to his children when he freed them, when they found themselves in the wilderness. He is telling them how to live. They are already alive. He's teaching them how to stay alive and how to prolong your life. And again, for all those in the back, that might have missed this, it reads again in the 16th verse of the 30th chapter of Deuteronomy, and that I command you this day to love Yahweh thy Elohim. And you can do that. You might can't do the rest, but you can love Yahweh today, even in your funky situation. But it continued to tell these free people that wasn't in captivity to walk in his ways and to keep his commandments and his statutes and his judgments. Why? Why should we do all these things? Why should we take heed to every word of their instruction? It reads, that thou mayest live and multiply. And when it talk about multiplying, it's talking about your seed and your age. That thou mayest multiply, and Yahweh thy Elohim shall bless you in the land whether thou goes to possess it. It also tells us in the 18th verse, for those that had a heart that would turn away and add or take away from anything that Yahweh said, it tells us in the 18th verse, I denounce to you this day that you shall surely perish. Your life, the gift, is going to be taken. And that you shall not, note, I'm showing you how to prolong your days. The Almighty said, well, if you go against these words, you will not prolong your days upon the land, whether thou passes over Jordan to possess it. I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, one or the other, blessing and cursing, one or the other. But if you truly fear Yahweh, if you truly trust in all that Yahweh said, the directions are here for you. For the Almighty said, therefore, the reason why, choose life, that both thy and thy seed may live. It's all about the greatest gift that Yahweh has given to mankind, and that is none other than life. And you don't supposed to put that gift behind anything. I don't care what rumor is out. I don't care how pleasing it might be to your psyche that you can get away with things and you just rather go on and die, and then the Almighty going to raise you back up and you're going to be flying in heaven and drinking milk and honey instead of being accountable. Being accountable, being repentable, and wait on Yahweh mercy. We want to go with a doctrine that, hey, death is better than life. Matter of fact, go on and die. You ain't been doing nothing but living hell here anyway. You sick. It's time to go home and all that type of stuff. So they teach us that our home and the place that we long for is in heaven. Well, they also teach the only way that you get to heaven is by being dead. They teach that all the time in churches. Every funeral we go to, I don't care how close the loved one is to us, they tell us that they're going to a better place. They tell us that be happy for them because they're going to the homecoming and all this type of stuff. Well, what homecoming and what better place than what we are reading? Yahweh talking about life, and he even talking about life in a particular geographical location. And that was none other than all your dwellings. It's where he was promising you long life. And it was a gift. It was a precious gift. And it didn't take nothing for you to get it but to obey. It also tells us, I have down Isaiah 65. Let's go to Isaiah 65 right quick. Isaiah 65. And what do we find in Isaiah 65? Picking up at the 17th verse. And it reads, continuing on the same notion, for Yahweh changes not. Thus, we find that the Israelites is prophetically spoken about going into Babylon, and they were also told prophetically what will befall them when the Almighty redeemed them and saved them. And I am showing this because it allows us to know that everything go back to the beginning, not to the beginning of Adam and Eve, where the Almighty put the angel with a flaming sword to guard the tree of life. No, it goes all the way back to when the Almighty said that man will not always strive with Elohim, therefore his years should be 120 years. And then we have what we find in Psalms 90, where it talks about 70 and 80 years. Well, it goes back to that time. And you say, well, how can you say that? Well, it tells us in Isaiah 65, verse 17, for behold, I will create new heavens and a new earth. So you can use this and take it all the way back to Genesis 1. And we've seen how he created the heavens and the earth. Now he's saying later on in retrospect, behold, I create a new heaven and a new earth, and the former shall not be remembered, nor come into mind. So let's see, do Yahweh take man? If this don't come back in remembrance, let's see, do Yahweh take man all the way back to Genesis? Let's see, is he promising us that we're going to have men and women living to be 950 years old? Or even 365 years old? It continues to tell us in the 18th verse of Isaiah 65, but be you glad and rejoice forever in that which I create. For behold, I create Jerusalem, a rejoicing, and her people a joy. And I will rejoice in Jerusalem, and joy in my people. And the voice of weeping shall be no more heard in her, nor the voice of crying. Take note of the 20th verse. There shall be no more hence an infant of days, premature births and premature deaths. There shall be no more hence an infant of days, nor an old man that have not what? Sealed his days. Yahweh ain't going to change. He ain't going to change on us. And that's what he was telling our fathers in the beginning. That's who he was telling mankind in the beginning. But now we're talking about his children under the covenant, and it allows us to know. Again, it reads in the 20th verse, there shall be no more hence an infant of days, nor an old man that have not filled his days. For the child shall die. Please take note, Israel. 100 years old. That is a lot of time compared to our children today. Our children ain't getting past 16 before they kill somebody or somebody kill them. So you can't see the spiritual significance. You can't see the revival. You can't see the renewal. You can't see the strength that Yahweh give his people and that he hoped for his people when they are under obedience. 100 years is a long time. It's not longer than 950, but 100 years is a long time, especially being under blessings, under peace with your maker in your presence. 100 years is a long time, brothers. Moses was called the most meekest and faithfulest man in Yahweh's house. I think my brother only lived to be 120 years old. And he was the most meekest and faithfulest man in Yahweh's house. So what I'm trying to tell us is, if we do right by Yahweh, fearing him, departing from evil, trying to walk in his character, after his likeness, in his image, you got a great chance of living 100 years old. And this is just letting us know what the Almighty told our children or told our fathers. This don't go to the extent of letting us know about his loving kindness or his mercy to where he can extend that. He didn't say that you had to live 100 years old. You might live young, older. When it told us in Genesis 6 about the 120 years. Well, you read after that, you find men still living, and they lived it longer than 120 years. I can't recall it off the top of my head, but I know Levi, it talks about Levi when he died, he was older than 120 years old. So the Almighty is just putting a guideline out there that does not have anything to do with his mercy, his loving kindness. He said he showed mercy to whom he want to show mercy to. So if he want to give you a few more years, just like he gave Hezekiah or anybody else, he can. And I'm just saying that where you don't try to be, have a bad attitude against 100 years. And many of us wasn't going to make it anyway. And many of us ain't nowhere near 100 years old. But based on our teachings, we shine on 100. Like 100 years old ain't nothing. It is. It's a lot. Especially living under the blessings. It also tells us in this great chapter, Isaiah 65, I'll pick back up at the 21st verse. Well, let me read that 20th verse one more time. There shall be no more hence an infant of days, nor an old man that have not fulfilled his days, for the child should die 100 years old, but the sinner, no, you can't prolong your days like that way. The sinner, being 100 years old, shall be accursed. And all that is saying is that the sinner won't make it. The sinner won't make it to 100. And with him not, with that individual not making it 100, everybody would know that he represents evil. everybody would know that he was a sinner and he will be accursed. That's why you got the word accursed, because the people are going to look at him as an accursed thing, because here you is a man and the Almighty killed you at 35 when he promising his children that the old man was going to live out his days and that the child was going to live to be 100. So in that midst, if there's a man that got killed at 35, 40, or 50, he will be denoted in the people's eyes as a sinner, an evil man, and he was to be accursed in our eyes. That's what you just read. It also tells us, if we take a look at Ecclesiastes, the 8th chapter, and remember what you just read in the 20th verse. Right now, let's go to Ecclesiastes, the 8th chapter. And it tells us in Ecclesiastes, the 8th chapter, if we start reading from the 5th verse to the 13th verse. Ecclesiastes, the 8th chapter, the 5th verse. And it reads, and please take note of the instructions. Whoso keep the commandment shall feel no evil thing. And a lot of times this evil denotes death. And a wise man's heart discern. It makes a difference, both time and judgment. Because to every purpose there is time and judgment. Therefore the misery of man is great upon him, based on the time and based on what judgment they found themselves under. For he knows not that which shall be. Please take note. How can I tell you that you're going to heaven? How can I tell you that you're going to be floating around in heaven drinking milk and honey when the Almighty used one of the smartest men that he created among his kings to tell us this? And it reads, for he, excuse me, I'll read the 6th and 7th verse together. It says, because to every purpose there is time and judgment. Therefore the misery of man is great upon him. For he knows not that which shall be. The Almighty saying, don't no man know what's going to be? And I love bringing this up, because a lot of times I tell my brothers and sisters, yeah, y'all heard this, y'all going by this rumor, but you have never had anyone to come back and report to you. You ain't never had nobody report to you that they in heaven. You ain't never had nobody come back and report to you they drinking milk and honey. You ain't never had nobody come back and report to you how it was in hell or in heaven. So you will be adding. You will not be doing your brothers and sisters no favor whatsoever by teaching them about what might happen once they die. Because the words of wisdom tells us again in this 7th verse, for he knows not that which shall be. For who can tell him when it shall be? And no man can tell us what it's going to be, nor what it's going to be after you die. How can I tell you that? And I'm living. The only way that you can tell me that is you show me that by way of chapter and verse, by law and testimony. Other than that, you will be adding to these great instructions. It continued to tell us, there is no man that had power over the spirit, that breath of life, to retain the spirit, because Yahweh has the rule, the power over life and death. He is the one that gives the spirit to all living. Neither have he power in the day of death. You cannot stop the day of death. You cannot stop the day that Yahweh take his breath from you. You cannot stop the day that Yahweh take his spirit off of you. You cannot stop the day that Yahweh say, okay, he done lived long enough, or he done fulfilled his day. You cannot stop that. No man can, because there's only one creator. There is no man that had power over the spirit to retain the spirit, neither have he power in the day of death. And there is no discharge in that war. Neither shall wickedness deliver those that are given to it. So it allows us to know that there's only one way that you can be a recipient of life and possibly prolong those days of that life. And that is doing good. Well, another way of saying it, doing well. As Yahweh told Adam, Eve, and their children, if thou does well, you shall be accepted. If thou does not well, sin, evil, death lies at thy door. So we are showing what actually prolonged our days, what actually prolonged that precious gift, and how important it was that the people be obedient, that they can have a long life on earth in a long relationship on earth with Yahweh. And there is only one way that you can do it, and that is following the instructions, understanding the knowledge of the whole. It also tells us, I got down to the 13th verse, let me keep reading. It says in the 9th verse, days of death, and there is no discharge. Yes. The 9th verse says, all this have I seen, and applied my heart to every work that is done under the sun. There is a time wherein one man rules over another to his own hurt. And so I saw the wicked buried, who had come and gone from the place of the holy. And they know what they are called, the wicked. And the wicked are buried. But who was the wicked? How did they become the wicked? They came wicked because they had gone from the place of the holy. And they were forgotten in the city where they had so done. This is also vanity. The 11th verse reads, because sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily, therefore the heart of the sons of men is fully set in them to do evil. The 12th and 13th verse, that is which I wanted to expound on based on what we just read. In Isaiah 65, it tells us, though a sinner do evil 100 times, and his days be prolonged. And we wondering, like, hold on, based on what Brother Samuel have showed us thus far, the only way that we're going to prolong our days is to do right, not evil. But I also said the Almighty can do what he want to do. He can show forth his mercy. He can have you live long, to suffer the grief and all that. So he can do what he wants. He just explaining right here the way of the righteous and the way of the wicked. Thus it reads, though a sinner do evil 100 times, and his days be prolonged, yet surely I know, based on all these words, these laws and testimonies, yet surely I know that it shall be well. If thou does well, you should be accepted. It says, yet surely I know that it shall be well with you that fear Yahweh, which fear before him. So it let you know, if you happen to see an evil man, you know he's evil, and the Almighty prolonged his days. He allowed him to be 100. Some of these presidents just dying and they 90 and all that. He might allow them, but they still was wicked. But what you supposed to rest in is not the Almighty allowing the wicked man to make it 100 years old, but to rest in the fact, if you are obedient and if you are doing all that Yahweh said, and you can witness that a wicked man made it 90, 100 years old, the Almighty wants you to know that you can rest assured you definitely got that coming. Thus it reads again in the 12th verse, though a sinner do evil 100 times, and his days be prolonged, yet surely I know, not I think, not I hope, I know that it shall be well with you that fear Elohim, which fear before him. But it shall not be well with the wicked. As we read in Isaiah 65, they're going to be accursed. It says, but it shall not be well with the wicked, neither shall he, the wicked, prolong his days, which are as a shadow. There go another one of those words that Yahweh uses throughout our Holy Scripture that denote the shortness of life. It reads, which are as a shadow. Why? Why is their life going to be as a shadow? Because he feared not before Yahweh. So as we have read thus far, we read and learned the knowledge of the holy, and the knowledge of the holy that we have learned is that the greatest gift to mankind is life. And we are also learning what it takes for mankind to be a recipient of this precious gift of life, to where his days is multiplied or his days is prolonged. Thus, let us turn our scriptures to Zechariah, the 8th chapter. Zechariah, the 8th chapter. And it tells us in Zechariah, the 8th chapter, and let's read the first 4 verses. Zechariah, the 8th chapter, and let's read the first 4 verses. And it tells us in Zechariah, the 8th chapter, the very first verse. Again, the word of Yahweh of hosts came to me, saying, thus said Yahweh of hosts, I was jealous for Zion with great jealousy, and I was jealous for her with great fury. Thus said Yahweh, I am returned into Zion, and will dwell in the midst of Jerusalem. And Jerusalem shall be called a city of truth, and the mountain of Yahweh of hosts, the holy mountain. The fourth verse, and thus said Yahweh of hosts, there shall yet, please take note that Yahweh ain't going to lie to us, and he ain't going to change. It lets us know once he becomes jealous for his people, and he come and return into his people, and dwell in the midst of his people in Jerusalem, and call the city a city of truth, and the mountain of Yahweh, the host, the holy mountain. The fourth verse reads, thus said Yahweh of hosts, there shall yet old men and old women dwell in the streets of Jerusalem, and every man with his staff in his hand. Why? What do you need a staff for? For very age or very old age. So allowing us to know when you get out of this mess and you become a recipient of life again, that you will live to be an old man or old woman. It do not tell us that you're going to live to eternity. There's only one real chapter and verse where it even talks about eternity. And when it talks about it, I'm going to show you, we're going to take you there. But when we take you there, you're going to find out it has nothing to do with you and I. There's only one entity throughout the 39 books of your Holy Scripture, or your so-called Old Testament, that even make a rendering about eternity. And it was toward Yahweh and Yahweh alone. There's not one verse in your entire Scripture that will denote that his children or the Israelites will live for eternity. One man. No, because the Almighty made that by way of children, by way of seed. That's how you multiply. That's how your name continued on, by way of seed, not by way of soul, because the soul is going to die once its days are fulfilled, and that breath of life goes back to him that gave it. And without the breath of life, you ain't doing nothing in the grave nor in heaven. Not without the breath of life. It also tells us that we find throughout the Psalms and Proverbs. If we take a quick look in Psalm 16, the 11th verse, it denotes the path of life, allowing us to know that there is a path that man or woman must be on to be a recipient of this precious gift and to be able to prolong your days dealing with this gift, this precious gift. So let's see what it says in Psalms 16. Psalm 16. And what we find in Psalm 16, verse 11, it reads in this wise. Psalm 16, verse 11. And it reads, I'll start at the 10, I'll read 10 and 11. Sorry about that. We are reading from Psalm 16, verse 8 to 11, and it reads, I have set Yahweh always before me, because he is at my right hand. I shall not be moved. Therefore my heart is glad, and my glory rejoice. My flesh, my soul also shall rest in hope, or dwell confidently in hope. For thy will not leave my soul in hell, neither will thou suffer thy Holy One to see corruption. The 11th verse. Thy will show me, please take note, the path of life. There is only one path. The Almighty told his children throughout, turn not to the left, nor to the right. Stay forward, look forward, stay on this one path. There's only one path that deals with these words. There's only one path that deals with the knowledge of the Holy. Thus it says again in closing in the 11th verse, thou shalt show me the path of life. In thy presence is fullness of joy. And you got to be alive to be in his presence. At thy right hand there are pleasures forevermore. So it allows us to know that you need to be on this path of life to truly be a recipient of this precious gift of life, and to keep this gift of life, or to continue to get more days on earth under this great gift of life, you must be obedient. You must fear Yahweh and depart from evil. You must. It also tells us if we take a look in the 23rd chapter of Psalms. Let's go to the 23rd chapter of Psalms, and let's see what it speaks about dealing with the days of life. The 23rd chapter of Psalms. And let's take a look at the 8th verse. That can't be it, because Psalms 23 don't have 8 verses. So is that Psalms 28? Let me see 1 second, please. For some reason, I got the wrong verse down. Let me make sure. 23:8. Might be 23:3. I might have wanted 3. I might have wanted 23:3. I got 23:8. Could have been my writing. 23:3 tells us, Psalms 23:3 tells us, he restores my soul. He leads me in the path, for there's only one path. And note, he's restoring the soul. He's restoring the life in the soul. It says, he leads me in the paths of righteousness. There's only one path, for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. And the evil brings forth death. But he don't fear no evil, nor do he fear himself being under the shadow of death. For it reads, for thy art with me. So long as Yahweh is with you, you're good. The Almighty can prosper you. He can have you live many days. But we find out the trouble comes when he is not with us. We find out we in trouble when he hides himself. Thus, it reads, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thy art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou prepares a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Thou anointed my head with oil, and my cup runs over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. Yeah, I think that's supposed to be in the 6th verse, because I got days of life, but I got an 8 there. It should have been the 6th verse. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. Good and mercy do not follow nobody once they die. It reads, surely, without a doubt, goodness and mercy shall follow you all the days of your life. And I will dwell in the house of Yahweh forever. And when you interpret forever, when you interpret that 6th verse or translate that 6th verse, forever, it tells us in the Hebrew, when it says forever, it denotes to lengthen of days. Even though you read the word forever, and you said, what forever mean? Don't forever mean forever? Don't that mean I'm going to live forever? No, it don't. Interpret that. Transliterate that from Greek to Hebrew, and you will find that it says to lengthen of days. To lengthen of days. Not forever. And if you got a lengthen of days, then that means there is an end. There's a beginning and there's an end. That's not the same as saying forever means forever and it's non-stopping. No, that's not what this is talking about, because it would contradict everything that we done showed forth thus far. It would contradict the whole book of Genesis. If we are to teach that we're going to live forever, that's contradicting the whole book. We also find, while we in Psalms, let's take a look at Psalms 127, where it tells us to keep life. Let's go to Psalms 127, and let's read the 7th and 8th verse. Psalms 127, verse 7 and 8. And it tells us in Psalms 127, oh boy, I don't know what and that can't be right either, because 127 don't have 7 and 8 verses. They only have 5. So my speed noting, taking down these notes and speeding, I done made a few errors. Psalms 127 tells us, well, one thing I definitely see in Psalms 127 is it tells us in the 3rd verse of Psalms 127, lo, children are an inheritance of Yahweh, and the fruit of the womb is his reward. The fruit of the womb denotes life. And he allows us to know that that is a reward. And as I stated, the fruit of the womb denotes life. That means he bringing forth. He bringing forth from you, just like we showed the natural birth with Adam and Eve. Well, that's the same thing when you read, lo, children are an heritage of Yahweh, and the fruit of the womb is his reward. Let us take a look in the next book, which is Proverbs. Let us go to Proverbs, and let's take a look at the 3rd chapter of Proverbs, the first 2 verses. Proverbs 3, 1 and 2. Proverbs, the 3rd chapter, the first 2 verses tells us, dealing with this, the greatest gift to mankind, the 3rd chapter, the 1st and 2nd verse read, My son, forget not my law, but let thy heart keep my commandments. Why? Well, we're teaching about the greatest gift to mankind. And we also teaching what the Bible told those people, how to prolong that gift in those days. Thus it reads in the 2nd verse, for length of days and long life. Please take note. For length of days and long life and peace shall they add to thee. So again, wisdom is continuing to tell us how we are a recipient of this precious gift from Yahweh and how to prolong that gift in our days. Thus it reads again in the 2nd verse of the 3rd chapter of Proverbs, for length of days and long life and peace shall they add to thee. Note, it didn't say for length of days beyond number. It didn't say for length of days and everlasting life. But instead, it used a word that denotes a time period. And the word is used is long. And when you look up this verse and transliterate it to the Hebrew, it says for the length of days and length of days and, excuse me, 1 second, I missed my spot, and years of life. In your book, it might read for length of days and long life. Well, when you transliterate that long life, it says years of life, letting you know that there is a time, there is an end. It do not denote eternity. It do not denote living forever. Every man has his date, and that has been established ever since the Almighty found man's imagination being only evil. Ever since that day. And it's even shown dealing with Adam and Eve and Adam's generation. the oldest man lived to be 950 years old. After that, that number was cut down to 120. So these words are just justifying all that Yahweh said, and it helps us justify our belief and understanding and our faith that the Almighty will save us, and when he save us and bring us in our own land and instruct us, then we will live, especially if we are living in obedience, we will live for a long time under our Creator. We will live many years, which denote a long life. And why would you receive anything other than that when that is the precious gift? So that's what the Almighty giving you. He's telling you this is your reward, sons and daughters, for being obedient. I want you around me a long time. The people that disobedient, the people that choose death, the people that choose evil, they are not long. They're not in Yahweh's presence. They're not on this earth. The Spirit does not dwell in them long. The Almighty takes it away. He said there is no war in that discharge. So there's no way in the world you can keep yourself alive longer or nothing besides these words here. And many people try to call Yahweh a lie by eating good and call themselves living good, and they still die quick in hell. And it don't make no difference what diet you call yourself under, because that is not the sustaining power. The sustaining power for your life is none other than your Maker. And he's telling you how to live long on earth. He's telling us how to be a recipient, enjoy of the precious gift from Yahweh. And that's all this presentation is about, showing the world the greatest gift to mankind. And it is none other than life. And now we're trying to show you how to keep it. Once you're a recipient of it, how to keep it. Once you are one that's seeking Yahweh and have the knowledge of the Holy, what you are to hope for and have faith in. If you want to live long, do right. You want to live long, fear Yahweh and depart from evil. It also tells us, while we find ourselves in Proverbs, we just seen in the third, it talks about how he will add to your life. Well, let's take a look in the fourth chapter of Proverbs, and let's take a look at the 23rd verse. For we will see that life is continuing being mentioned, because that is the greatest gift. It says in the 4th chapter, if we take a quick look at the 23rd verse, and that's what did I say? The 4th chapter, 23rd verse, I need to start at the 20th verse. For it tells us in the 20th verse of the 4th chapter of Proverbs, my son, attend to my words, note the instructions, incline thy ear into my sayings, not the rumors, not the narratives. It says in the 21st verse, let them not depart from thy eyes, keep them in the midst of thy heart. Why? For they are life into those that find them. And these people are already alive, but they don't possess the greatest gift. They don't possess the precious gift from Yahweh. And the proverb is telling us how to be a recipient of it. Thus it reads, in the 22nd verse. For they are life unto those that find them, and health, medicine to all their flesh. Keep thy heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. So we're just trying to show you how it's possible for you to prolong your days, even today, because we're reading out the book of wisdom, and the book of wisdom tells us to trust in Yahweh in all our ways and lean not upon our own understanding. The book of wisdom tells us to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. And before he said that, in the same chapter, it told us, let not mercy and truth forsake you. Bind them about thy neck, write them on the table of thy heart. Why? So shall thou find favor and good understanding in the sight of who? The only one that counts, your maker, your creator. But the Almighty let us know that you will be justified. Thus it reads, so shall thou find favor and good understanding in the sight of Yahweh and man. So when you teach these words truthfully, and the Almighty be with the words of thy mouth and the meditation of thy heart, then the people that you are teaching is to be able to see this. They are able to have a good understanding in the sight of Elohim and man, so this truth and mercy will apply to them. And with this truth and mercy applying to them, that's how they will wind up being that recipient of life, as we read in the 23rd or the 22nd and 23rd verse. For they are life unto those that find them, and health to all their flesh. Keep thy heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. And that's what we are worrying ourselves about today, the issues of life. What is the most important, life or the rumor about death? So far, our Creator have only revealed life. Also, in Proverbs 10, I think I might have been there, but let's go there again. Proverbs 10, and let's look at the 17th verse and the 27th verse, dealing with the path of life again. Proverbs 10, verse 17. I'll try to put them together where I wouldn't have you all over the place in your book. That way you can get to it a little better. Proverbs 10, verse 17 tells us, let's go to 16. The 16th verse says, the labor of the righteous tends to life. The fruit of the wicked tends to sin. He is in the way of life that keep instructions. But he that refuse reproof errs. And some people is going to refuse this reproof. And they're going to tell me that, no, brother, but after this, after life, but the Almighty said that is not the way, nor is that the path. It tells us again in the 17th verse, he is in the way of life that keep instruction. But he that refuse reproof, errors. It reads causes to err. When you telling these people what you done dreamed and what you believe, the Almighty let us know that it can cause the people to err. As the scripture tells us in the book of Jeremiah, he that have a dream, let him tell his dream. But he that have my word, let him speak my word faithfully. So his word is more grand than your dream. His word is to be witnessed and confirmed more than your dream. His word is the word of knowledge is to be understood more than one dream. Even though the Almighty give you permission to tell your dream. But when he give man the permission to tell his dream, in the same verse it tells us, but he that have Elohim, words, let him speak his words faithfully. Don't add, don't take away. Then it's up to you to have hope and faith in what you want to have hope and faith in. The man dream or these words you just read. It also tells us, that we go to the 27th verse. Yes. Also in the 11th chapter of Proverbs, let's read the 27th verse. And we find in the 27th verse written, the fear of Yahweh. What? Prolonged days. Prolonged, another word for prolonged is added. So, again, it reads, the fear of Yahweh added days. Prolonged days. But the years, please take note, but the years of the wicked shall be shortened. Note the difference. Choose life and good, death and evil. So if you choose life and good, your days are long. If you chose it to be, you chose the death and evil, it says the wicked shall be shortened. Your days going to be shortened. It allows us to know no way in the world can you prolong the great and precious gift of Yahweh if you are wicked. If you do not take heed to the instructions, there is no way in the world that you can prolong your days under righteousness, under good, under mercy and truth. You can have your days prolonged being the wicked, but a lot of times that is to torture you. That is like it talks about a man not being able to commit suicide. Yahweh is the one to stop you. That's where you endure the misery that he wants you to endure on this earth. So you try to end it by jumping off a building, and all the Almighty allow you to do is break just about every bone in your body. You're still living. And now you got to endure that affliction. The Almighty is the controller of our life and our death. And today, we have learned that the greatest gift to mankind is life. And with us having that knowledge and understanding, we are seeking to know how can we prolong that gift. And so far, we have read and found the only way that you can prolong that is to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. That is the only way you can prolong your days under mercy and truth. You will not find another verse to contradict that. Thus, let us take a look at the 13th chapter of Proverbs. And let's look and see what it talks about dealing with the mouth. Proverbs 13:3. Proverbs 13:3 tells us, I'll read the first 3 verses. A wise son hears his father's instructions. Just like we being the sons of Yahweh, we should hear his instructions and fear him. But a scorner hears not rebuke. They don't hear that, and they ain't scared about what you said. A man shall eat good by the fruit of his mouth, but the soul of the transgressors shall eat violence. The 3rd verse, the last verse I will read. He that keep his mouth, please take note, Israel, keeps his life. So you can even be saying the wrong thing, not just doing the wrong things, but teaching us the wrong things, saying the wrong things to us. Thus it read again. He that keep his mouth keeps his life, but he that open wide his lips shall have destruction. Most times, destruction denotes death. We also find, dealing with the mouth, if we take a quick look at the 18th chapter, the 21st verse. The 18th chapter, the 21st verse. And it tells us in Proverbs, the 18th chapter, the 21st verse, death and life are in the power of the tongue. See, we can talk this death up to where we actually be a recipient of death. Just like we can talk this life up to where we actually be a recipient of life. Thus it tells us death and life are in the power of the tongue. Be careful what you teach us. And they that love it shall eat the fruit thereof. So if you love that which denotes death, you're going to eat the fruit of it. If you love what was just shown about this life, then you're supposed to eat the fruit thereof. And one more place before we leave Proverbs, and that is in the 14th chapter. Let's take a quick look and display this fountain of life, which is found in the 14th chapter, the 27th verse. And it tells us in the 27th verse of the 14th chapter, verse 27. Yes, it tells us in the 27th verse. I'll start at the 25th verse and read to the 27th verse. And it reads, a true witness that's going to confirm every word. A true witness delivers souls. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to deliver your soul today. We don't want your soul thinking that you're going to die and go to heaven. because you might forsake yourself and try to kill yourself, thinking that you're going somewhere better, when there is no place better. Not when Yahweh creates you and give you life. And don't forget the purpose of the life. The purpose of the life was to glorify Yahweh, experiencing a fulfilling relationship with Yahweh. So it tells us in the 14th chapter of Proverbs, the 27th verse in closing. I started at the 25th verse. I'll read it again. A true witness delivers souls, but a deceitful witness speaks lies. And the fear of Yahweh is strong confidence. That's why I'm confident. That's why I'm courageous. That's why I'm bold as a lion to teach that the greatest gift to mankind is life. It reads, and the fear of Yahweh is strong confidence in his children. And we pray that our children be a recipient of our courageousness. And his children shall have a place of refuge, just like Noah's children did. The fear of Yahweh is a fountain of life. And I know y'all be laughing at your brother, because all your brother tell you to do is fear Yahweh and depart from evil. But I've been saying that all these years because that's what wisdom tells us. That's what Yahweh tells us. The fear of Yahweh is a fountain of life, like a water fountain. And anytime you need this life to be renewed, all you got to do is take a sip and take heed to those instructions. To depart from the snares of death. So it lets us know that Yahweh don't want us to be concerned with death. The only thing he wants us to be concerned with death is when we're doing evil. Other than that, death is only going to come about once you fulfill your days, once you fulfill your purpose on earth. And don't forget what your purpose is. To walk Elohimly with your maker. So death ain't included. How is death going to intervene when you walking with your maker as he instructed? Death can't come to you, brothers and sisters. Not until you live out your purpose on life. On earth, and your purpose on earth is to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. It also tells us if we take a look in the book of Isaiah 40. Let's go to Isaiah 40. Trying to take you in chronological order the best I can. Isaiah 40. It tells us in Isaiah 40, let's take a look at the 31st verse. And it tells us in Isaiah 40, verse 31. And I'll start at the I'll start at the 28th verse. It says, hast thou not known, and many of us have not known nothing about the greatest gift to mankind, nor do we understand his life. It says, hast thou not known Hast thou not heard that the everlasting Elohim, Yahweh, the Creator, and I love this verse because it puts everlasting Elohim, it puts Yahweh, and it puts the Creator all in one verse. Allow us to know that there is only one Creator, one Elohim, and one Yahweh. Thus it reads, Hast thou not known, hast thou not heard, that the everlasting Elohim, Yahweh, the Creator of the ends of the earth, faint not, neither is weary. There is no searching of his understanding. He gives power to the faint, and to them that have no might, he increases strength. Even the youth shall faint and be weary, and the young men shall utterly fall. But note, they that wait upon Yahweh shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary, and they shall walk and not faint. And all this is talking about is how Yahweh can renew one's spirit, can renew one's life. It also speaks in the same wise if you take a look at the 41st chapter of Isaiah, and let's read the 10th verse. For the 10th verse tells us, Fear thy not, for I am with thee. Be not dismayed, for I am thy Elohim. I will strengthen you. Just like the 40th verse talked about how he renews us. But I will strengthen thee. Yea, I will help thee. Yea, I will uphold thee with the right hand of my righteousness. Behold, all they that were incensed, angry against you, shall be ashamed and confounded. They shall be as nothing, and they that strive with thee shall perish. So if you striving against the greatest gift to man is life, you're going to perish. I ain't necessarily talking about your life. I'm talking about your teachings. You won't be justified, is what I'm saying. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Jeremiah, let's take a look in the book of Jeremiah, the 29th chapter. And a lot of these chapters we done went over many times. We might just didn't pay close attention to every word. Because I'm showing you, I'm going to the same books that we've done taught on many times. Right now, we should be in Jeremiah, the 29th chapter, and let's take a quick look at the 11th verse. Jeremiah 29:11, it tells us, it allows us to know that the Almighty had a future and hope for us. Just like I started earlier in the presentation, there is a purpose that Yahweh created you. There is a purpose that Yahweh breathed the breath of life into you. I ain't talking about David. I'm not talking about Adam. I'm talking about you. The Almighty ain't stopped creating. He's creating today. He created you. And he created you for a purpose. And you're going to live that purpose, hopefully, if you seek him, understand the knowledge of the holy, fear him and depart from evil, hopefully, and that's what you're hoping in, that's what your faith should be in, that your days will be prolonged on this earth. You want as many days that he going to give you. So it tells us in the 11th verse, for I know the thoughts that I think toward you, said Yahweh, thoughts of peace, Well, it's peace. That's under life. That's under good. That's under instructions. That's under the knowledge of the holy when you are a recipient of peace. The opposite of that is death and evil. Thus it reads, and not of evil, to give you an expected end. All of our lives have an expected end. You just don't know the expected end. You just don't know the end. But all of our lives have an expected end. You kind of think sometimes, and I know many of us hopefully have older people in our families, and they might not get around as good as they used to. They might not talk as good as they used to. They might not eat as good as they used to. But guess what? They still around. And the only thing that you can question yourself with is why? And based on what we reading, we should have found the answer. Because Yahweh ain't done with you. Even though you can't do what you used to do, he still ain't took his spirit away from you. You still ain't returned to the dust from which you came. Every day is another day added on to this great gift. Don't y'all ever hear yourself? I hope it's in sincerity, but don't you ever hear yourself when you say, well, I just want to give thanks to Yahweh for another day? Well, hey, that each day denotes longevity. Each day denotes more days that the Almighty allow you to walk under the sun, to have business under the sun. I don't care if it ain't nothing but laying in the bed and somebody else taking care of you until the Almighty call up your spirit. You still are a recipient of his precious gift, and that is nothing but life. And you got this old person laying in the bed, sitting in their chair in their house or whatever, the Almighty continuing to wake them up. And then they got children and grandchildren ain't making it past 16 and 25 before they murdered in the streets. And don't forget who's in control of life and death. It also tells us, as we continue on, if we take a quick look in the book of Ecclesiastes again, and let's go, I don't think I went there, but if we did, we'll find out. Ecclesiastes, the 5th chapter. Let's go to Ecclesiastes, the 5th chapter. Few more chapters and verses. Once I jump on another subject, not jump on another, but add a subject to this, we have a couple more chapters and verses, and we just open on up for the many comments and questions that we should have. Ecclesiastes, the 5th chapter, please. And let's take a quick look at the 18th verse, denoting days of life. And it tells us in the 18th verse, behold, that which I have seen, it is good, and calmly for one to eat and to drink, and to enjoy the good of all his labor. And you got to be alive to do this labor under the sun. that he takes under the sun. How long? How long do you want a man to depend on this or to walk this way? It reads, all the days of his life. And another translation for all the days of his life is the number of the days. There's another translation for that. So many of you reading out the King James Version, it might read, as I just read, all the days of thy life. When that is transliterated, it is transliterated to the number of days, which again denotes every man, and this is somebody that's doing good, every man has an expiration date. Every man. We just hoping that our expiration date is long. That's all we ask. We asking Almighty for mercy and truth. And we asking under our conditions that our days be multiplied, that they be long, that you show us some mercy and not take us off this earth at age 15 and 18 and 25. So again, it told us in this 5th chapter, the 18th verse, behold, that which I have seen, it is good and calmly for one to eat and to drink and to enjoy the good of all his labor. That is what Yahweh gives to all man, that he take under the sun. How long? All the days of his life, which Yahweh, please take note, gives him. For it is his portion. So the Almighty not only gives what is man portion, but he also gives man his days. And he is the only one that know how many days that man or that woman has. I don't care what the man or woman know, what they do. He is the only one that controls that. He is the only one that knows that date, that expiration date. Also, if we take a look while we're still in Ecclesiastes, and let's take a look at the 6th chapter. The 6th chapter of Ecclesiastes, and let's start reading from the 9th verse to the 12th verse. Ecclesiastes 6, verse 9 to 12, and it reads, I'll start at the 8th verse. For what have the wise more than the fool? What have the poor that knows to walk before the living? Better is the sight of the eyes than the wandering of the desire. This is also vanity and vexation of spirit. And I would love to make a point, because this vanity and this vexation of spirit is what I hear and see from a lot of our brothers and sisters. I'm not just talking about recently. These things been said for many years. Living forever, dying, coming back to life, and all those things. And what your brother have tried to teach the children of Israel is to put more emphasis, to stay focused on this life. Stay focused and take in consideration that the gift that Yahweh has given you in this life, which is none other than life. For we just read in this 6th chapter that many of the people today is doing what is written in this 9th verse. Life is door number 1. I started that off by taking us to Genesis. So life is found behind door number 1. But we have the idea of gambling. And we rather see and hope that the grass is greener on the other side or behind door number 2. Well, what we find, and the rumor is, what's behind door number 2 is death. And then you're going to find something better after you die. Well, these words of wisdom tell us it is not wise to think like that. If you got life in front of you, you better focus on life. You better not focus on what happens after you die, what happens after life is taken from you. That's foolish. Thus it reads, better is the sight of the eyes than the wandering, what you see in front of you, with these words, than the wandering of the desire. I might desire to do this. I might desire to do that. I heard this told to me, and I like the idea. Well, I might say, that ain't wise. You better deal with what's before your eyes instead of dealing with your mind wandering of the desires. This is also vanity and vexation of spirit. That which have been is named already, and it is known that it is man. Neither may he contend with him that is mightier than he. And the one that is mightier than all of us is none other than our Maker. So we are not to contend with him. If he tell us our days is to be expected, end to be expected, then that's what we better cling to. We bet not contend with our Maker and tell our Maker, no, you said this. No, well, if they didn't do this, then this would happen. We can't go on that. That's contending with him. You got to agree and confirm every word. If you like it or not, you should be loving these words. But if you like it or not, you are to confirm every word. It continued to read, seeing there be many things that increase vanity, what is man the better? For who knows, please take note, why I answer our brothers and sisters the way I do. I can't tell you that you're going to be living in heaven. Ain't nobody came back and reported that to me. I can't tell you that when you die and the Almighty come and get us, that he going to come and get us and no man will die after that. I can't teach you that because nobody has came back and told me that. Thus it reads in the 12th verse. For who knows what is good for man in this life? Please take note. I just showed you. And then it says, all the days of his life, all the days of his vain life, which he spent as a shadow. That's one of the terminologies that Yahweh used dealing with the shortness of life. Shadow was one of the titles. For who can tell a man what shall be after him under the sun? No different than what we just read in 8 and 7, for it says, For he knows not that which shall be. For who can tell him when it shall be? That's found in Ecclesiastes 8 and 7, dealing with man. And then we just read from the 6th chapter, the 12th verse, and it reads, in the same wise, for who knows what is good for man in this life, all the days of his vain life, which he spent as a shadow. It ain't going to last long. For who can tell a man what shall be after him under the sun? We don't even have insurance of our life today. We don't know what tomorrow going to bring. But you mean I'm going to get on a mic and tell you that you're going to live forever, or that you're going to be brought up out the grave and live forever, when the Almighty done told us by way of question, for who can tell a man what shall be after him under the sun? Nobody. The same is what it just said in the 8th chapter, the 7th verse. For he knows not that which shall be. For who can tell him when it shall be? We don't have such knowledge, and I don't even want to have such knowledge. The only knowledge I want, and the only knowledge I want to teach, is what we find in these pages. I don't want no knowledge beyond what Yahweh said, because it only denotes vanity and a vexation of spirit. Also, I think we done went over them. I'll just read what I got here on my note. I have a few notes, and I put life after death, because that is the mindset of many of our brothers and sisters, especially those that's coming up out of Christianity. Unfortunately, that ideology done spilt into the Israelites' teaching, but most of that actually come by way of the New Testament. The New Testament in Christianity has supplanted life after death throughout. Their story starts off by somebody dying and coming back. So from the beginning, they have used the doctrine of Christianity to bring forth a narrative about it is better to die, that we will die and go to heaven. When you die, you leave all the words behind you. You are in a better place. You resting. You kicking it with the Almighty, eating milk and honey. Well, I had, as I stated, life after death. And on top of that, I had prolonged days. I will read one of them, because I see one of them that we didn't use, and that was found in Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter, the 26th verse. Let's go there. And I'm using this to speak against the narrative and the rumor of life after death. So like I said, on top of that, I got Deuteronomy 4, verse 26. Let's go there, please. And where I'm going, it denotes not life after death, but prolonging one day. The Almighty going to speak throughout prolonging, longevity. He's never speaking about life after death. He's speaking about life being prolonged before death. Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter, the 26th verse. And it tells us again, for we have read this chapter many times, Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter, the 26th verse reads, I call heaven and earth to witness against you this day. And it is witnessing that you shall soon utterly perish from off the land whereunto you go over Jordan to possess it. You shall not, note, you shall not prolong your days upon it, but shall utterly be destroyed. Many times the word destruction and destroy denotes death. So I use that to show that if you didn't find yourself in this incident where you sinned against the Almighty, the children of Israel was being promised that their days would be prolonged upon the good land that they found themselves on. So it's all about prolonging days more so than the rumored life after death. And I had also Ecclesiastes 8:12-13, which we already read. And I also had Proverbs 10, verse 27, which we already included in the presentation. Also, I had up under life after death, I had the word written down, longevity. And the chapter and verses that I was going to display dealing with this longevity and how the Almighty gives one longevity or prolong one days. Let's take a quick look at Psalms 90. Psalms 90. And I'll just render where I can hold on to it. Psalms 80, please. Excuse me. Psalms 90. Sorry about that. Psalms 90. I'm thinking and talking at the same time. Psalms 90, verse 10, please. Dealing with longevity. And it tells us in Psalms 90, verse 10, and it reads, I'll start at the 9th and read the 10th. It reads, for all our days, please take note of what the people are saying. For all our days are passed away in thy wrath. We spend our years as a tale that is told. That denotes what I brought up earlier about the shortness of life. And I said you're going to run, dealing with this subject matter, you're going to run to terms like dream, shadow, we just read that, cloud, flower, vapor, sleep, a tale being told, and that's what we just read in the 9th verse, and pilgrimage. All those words denote the shortness of one's life. It reads again in the 9th day, for all our days are passed away in thy wrath. We spend our years as a tale that is told. It don't take long to tell a tale. The days of our years are 70 or 70 years in 10. And if, please take note, not by your diet, not by you walking every morning, not by you doing this, that, and another, or believing this, that, and another, but it says the days of our years are 70 years in 10, 70. And if by reason of strength, and if by reason of strength, we just read according to Isaiah 40:31, that it's Yahweh that renew us. We just read in Isaiah 41:10, it is Yahweh that renews strength in us. Thus it reads here in the 10th verse of Psalms 90, for all our days are passed away in thy wrath. We spend our years as a tale that is told. The days of our years are 60 years and 10, 70. And if by reason of strength, Yahweh is the only one that can give us that strength. Yahweh is the only one that can prolong our days. They be 80 years. That ain't number 10 more years, but it's still 10 years of the great precious gift that Yahweh has given a man or a woman. And it allows us to know, as I stated earlier, dealing with Psalms 90 and 10, it denotes longevity. Thus it reads, and if by reason of strength they be 80 years, 80 years, yet is their strength labor and sorrow. But they still live those years. The Almighty didn't take them off the earth, but their years just denoted labor and sorrow, for it is soon cut off. Just like that tale being told, just like that shadow, the next phrase is soon cut off, and we fly away. So again, this 90th chapter of Psalms, 10th verse, just denotes longevity, and it denotes prolonging days. It has nothing to do with life after death. And if we take a quick look at Ecclesiastes, the 2nd chapter, the first 3 verses. Ecclesiastes, the 2nd chapter, the first 3 verses. And they read, I said in my heart, go to now, I will prove thee or test thee with merit. Therefore enjoy pleasure, and behold, this also is vanity. I said of laughter, it is mad, and of merit, what does it? The 3rd verse reads, I sought in my heart to give myself into wine, yet acquainting my heart with wisdom, and to lay hold on folly, till I might see what was that good for the Son of Men. And note what it reads, which they should do under the heaven. And how long do they supposed to do these things under the heaven? It says all the days of their life. So the Almighty continuing with no matter whose situation it is, He's continuing to allow anyone to know these words of the Holy that He created. He created life. He created the soul, and He put life in that soul. And He wanted that soul to glorify Him, to experience a full, fulfilling relationship with Him. He wanted one to know with this life, this divine essence, denoted transcendence and interconnections. And He wanted us to know, dealing with this life, why he give life, and he wanted us to know his concerns about life. And I stated earlier, the first one was continuance, and we read that. We read that in Genesis 1:28. The second one of Yahweh's concern dealing with life and the people that he gave it to was punishment, and we read that. We might didn't read it all, but we did go to Genesis, the 3rd chapter. We should have read the 14th to the 19th verse. The third thing that Yahweh concerned himself with, dealing with life and giving it to his people, is preservation. And that word of preservation can be found, you can write this down, Genesis, the 7th chapter, the first 3 verses. And the fourth thing that I find that Yahweh was concerned with, dealing with life and giving life to man, was protection. And we can read that right now. We can find that in Psalms 34. Let's go to Psalms 34 real quick. And it tells us in Psalms 34, the 7th verse. Psalm 34, verse 7. And it reads in Psalms 34, verse 7, the angel, and we are dealing with Yahweh's concern. And then we're going to finish up on that longevity, but we're dealing with Yahweh's concern that I have not revealed it by way of chapter and verse. So the fourth concern was protection. Let's go to Psalms 34, verse 7 reads, the angel of Yahweh encamps around about them. And he talking about them that he gave life to. He talking about them that he hoped to be obedient to him, where he can continue to give them life and prolong their days. Thus it reads, the angel of Yahweh encamp around about them that fear him and delivers them. So that denotes the protection. The other ones, which was continuance, punishment, and preservation, I gave y'all the chapter and verses. Now I'm back under the longevity, coming to a close. We went to Psalms 90, verse 10, Ecclesiastes 2, the 3 verses that allowed us to know all the days of our life. We also can find reference to this longevity if we take a quick look at 1 Kings. 1 Kings, the 3rd chapter. 1 Kings, the 3rd chapter tells us this. Dealing with the great Solomon, 1 Kings, the 3rd chapter, the 14th verse reads. I'll start at the 13th verse. And I have also given thee that which thou hast not asked. Note what Yahweh is giving. And it ain't life after death, but it's continued days. It's continued longevity. It's continued to live out your days. The Almighty even told that which was prophesied to Daniel that you will live out your days. That which was prophesied to Abraham, the Almighty said it in another way, a grander way. He said, you're going to die old age. So the Almighty let us know about these great people. And he let us know that the end thereof is death. But I'm going to allow you to live as long as I want you to live, long as you is obedient, and long as you understand your purpose on life, then I want you around me. The longer you on the earth, the longer he allows you to be around him. Even though I'm not speaking in the presence of being in the house or the tabernacle or in the land, I'm saying in the universe. The Almighty started off dealing with the creation of the universe. So I'm not just speaking about us. I'm speaking about mankind. I'm speaking about life and what Yahweh says and do about life. So this 14th verse of the 3rd chapter tells us, and if thou will walk in my ways, the path, to keep my statutes and my commandments, as thy father David did walk, guess what? The reward is, then I will lengthen thy day. Look at the reward. Look at the reward for walking like a righteous man, for walking like a man of Elohim, a man that was willing to walk after my likeness and my image. The reward is length of days. Lengthen thy days. It keep overseeing or overstepping the idea of death. The Almighty keep giving you more days. I brought up in the beginning about Hezekiah. Hezekiah was going, his days was about to expire, and the Almighty told Isaiah to tell Hezekiah to put this fig on him and all that, and it gave Hezekiah 14 more years. Even though he already said, get your house in order. You about to die. But by his mercy and truth, he wound up giving Hezekiah, King Hezekiah, a good man, 14 more years. Thus it reads, again, to Solomon, the last sentence, as thy father David did walk, then I will lengthen thy days. Same thing we read in Proverbs 3. It also tells us in 2 Kings. Let's go to 2 Kings, the 20th chapter. 2 Kings, the 20th chapter. As I stated, I didn't grab out everything that we find in the Holy Scripture dealing with life, because due to time restraint, the time wouldn't permit. So I selected words that I found throughout the book that would tell this story, the story of the greatest gift to mankind, and it is none other than life. Thus, it tells us in 2 Kings, the 20th chapter, the first 11 verses, and it reads, and that's a trip because I already stated this, but my notes got me to read it, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. 2 Kings, the 20th chapter, dealing with Hezekiah. In those days was Hezekiah sick unto death. And the prophet Isaiah, the son of Amos, came to him and said unto him, thus said Yahweh, set thy house in order, for thou shalt die and not live. And the opposite of death is life. What you want is life. You don't want to die. But if the rumor was true, if the narrative that everybody going with was true, then you would want to die. You would be saying, well, no, y'all, I'm ready. But that ain't what's going to be said, nor is that what's going to be seen. So it allows us to know that life take precedence over death. Our hope shall always be in life. Our faith shall always be in life. And when I say us, I'm talking about us and our children. Life always takes precedence over death. Thus the story reads. For thou shalt die and not live, the second verse. Then he turned his face to the wall and prayed unto Yahweh, saying, I beseech thee, Yahweh, remember now how I have walked, and that's what it's about, before thee in truth and with a perfect heart, and have done that which is good in thy sight. And Hezekiah wept sore, and it came to pass, before Isaiah was gone out into the middle court, that the word of Yahweh came to him, saying, Turn again and tell Hezekiah, the captain of my people, thus said Yahweh, the Elohim of David, thy father, I have heard thy prayer. I have seen thy tears. Behold, I will heal thee. On the third day thou shalt go up into the house of Yahweh. And I will add, please take note, that Yahweh is merciful to whom he want to be merciful to. And I will add into thy days 15 years. I might have said 14. I cheated him a year. 15 years. And I will deliver thee and this city out of the hand of the king of Assyria. And I will defend this city for my own sake and for my servant David's sake. And Isaiah said, take a lump of figs. And they took and laid it on the ball, and he recovered. And Hezekiah said unto Isaiah, what shall be the sign that Yahweh will heal me, and that I shall go up into the house of Yahweh the third day? And Isaiah said, this sign shall thou have of Yahweh, that Yahweh will do the thing that he has spoken. Shall the shadow go forward 10 degrees or go back 10 degrees? And Hezekiah answered, it is a light thing for the shadow to go down 10 degrees. Nay, but let the shadow return backwards 10 degrees. And Isaiah the prophet cried unto Yahweh, and he brought the shadow 10 degrees backwards, by which it had gone down in the dial of Ahaz. So this story just allows us to know that Yahweh is merciful to whom he want to be merciful to, and what he was being merciful with is the gift, that precious gift of life, to where he let a righteous brother, one that walked in his likeness and after his likeness, and likeness, what is the image and likeness? Well, he gave that man 15 more years of life. Don't sound like the reward is death. It don't sound like death take precedence over life. It sounds like it's the opposite. It sounds like Yahweh don't want you to die before your days is up. So he gave you 15 more. Even though you the one was sick, he showed you how to get healed and gave you 15 more years, not 15 more days. The other thing I wanted to make note before we close, we're about to close. The other thing I wanted to make note, and I'm being hesitant to make the note because I don't really want to take away from all that we have shown today. But just in case many people didn't catch what we showed today, we know that the rumor is life after death. We know that the rumor is this life come after death by way of a character in the New Testament. We know that the rumor is death and what you will be a recipient of after you die is greater than you being on earth. We are born in this world talking about the dead because many times they praise Jesus over us and all that, thinking that we are created based on him, and then we die, and they got the nerves to put that death on us the same. And instead of them acknowledging that we're going back to the dust from which we came, which the Maker said we would go, they tell us we're going to be in heaven with the Maker, drinking milk and honey. So it gives the idea that death is greater than life. And many people, you can do your own search, many people have committed suicide and things like that based on that teaching because they were taught that you'll be forgiven for what you was doing on earth. And when you die, you're going up to the heaven with your Maker, and you're going to be up there drinking milk and honey. So that's the thing. If we don't teach these things, then what I just said about death is prominent. It's prominent over all these words we just brought out today. I don't hear people talking about much about what we brought out today. I hear people all the time talking about life after death and trying to figure out if we're going to live forever. But I don't hear them putting that same strength on these words dealing with life and how you should perceive life today. Death is like the end. Death ain't the beginning. Death is the end. So you should be celebrating life. You should be celebrating the gift that Yahweh has given you. And it is none other than life. But I said all that to say that people still speak about resurrection. And many times people use Daniel 12, 1-3. But when you read Daniel 12, most times that's 1-3 is dealing with a destruction. And it's dealing with a destruction according to a time and according to a place. And the best way that you can find that out by dealing with the same prophet, the same book, is to read Daniel, the 11th chapter. I'm not going to read it. I'm giving it to you. There can be some homework that you can read on your own. Read Daniel 11. And then go straight to 12 and tell me if that is the last days. For once you get true knowledge of the Holy, you will be able to read chapter 11 and 12 and say, absolutely not. So that's why I didn't really want to go deep into it, but I wanted to bring it up just in case somebody didn't really understand what we just brought forth, and they still had the mindset of Daniel and Isaiah 26, verse 19, or Job 19, verse 25-27. It'll give you a better understanding of what these mean if you understood this lesson. If you understood this lesson, then when you go back and read Daniel 11, Daniel chapter 12, you go back and read Isaiah 26 and 19, you go back and read Job 19, verse 25-27, you will see that this is not talking about some life after death, even though many of those words, like I said, you got to transliterate a lot of what is written in King James to get a better understanding of what it's talking about. There is no promises of us living in heaven, drinking milk and honey, living forever. but there are many chapters and verses and stories found in the volume of the book that the greatest gift that Yahweh has given mankind is life, and he has many instructions of how to prolong that great gift, which is none other than life. I will open up on that note. Well, before I do that, I need to go one place because I made a bold statement in the presentation. I said I have only found one place, one chapter and one particular verse where it actually denotes anything living into eternity, living forever. There's only one thing that is noted out of the 39 books of your scriptures of truth that denotes eternity. And let's show that right quick, and then we'll open up after that. Let's go to Isaiah 57 real quick. Isaiah 57, and let's read the 15th and 16th verse in closing. And it's denoting eternity. And your brother made a bold statement. He said he ain't found nothing in there talking about us or no man living for eternity except one entity. And the only entity, we're going to show it right now. Isaiah 57. And I know many of you think that entity is the children of Israel. And you will be terribly incorrect. Isaiah 57. Verse, I said 15 and 16 in closing. And it reads, for thus said the high and lofty one that inhabits eternity. There's nobody else. It ain't gonna be a group of people. There is only one that the entire 39 books tell somebody about eternity. There is no stories of the children gonna come back. He gonna take the angel with the flaming sword away from the tree of life, and you're going to be able to eat of it. There is no story in the entire scripture to back you up. Thus it reads, for thus said the high and lofty one that inhabits eternity, whose name is holy. I alone dwell in the high and holy place, with him also that is of a contrite and humble spirit, to revive the spirit of the humble, and to revive the heart of the contrite ones. For I alone will not contend forever, neither will I be always wroth. For the spirit, the ruach, the breath of life should fail before me, and the souls which I have made. I will open up on that note, on the note that there is none that inhabit eternity, nor did Yahweh said it was going to be some with him, but he alone inhabits eternity. And we know according to the second chapter of Genesis that the tree of life was guarded. So there's none that can put his hand forward and touch the tree of life. And that is the only way that you can inhabit eternity, if you was a recipient of the tree of life. That's what Yahweh said. He said, let's put an angel around it and guard it. And at least they eat of it and live forever. So there is no stories, no notions that Yahweh wanted somebody to live forever. Yahweh is the only one that inhabits eternity. That will be the end of the great presentation that was called The Greatest Gift to Mankind. We will open up for comments and questions. Please tell us who is speaking and where you're from, and allow yourself with 2 minutes per comment or question. That will be the end of the presentation. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Is there any comments or questions? We all should be off mute. Is there any comments or questions dealing with the greatest gift to mankind? Hello?
Great, brother.
You got to talk up a little bit. Talk up and tell us who you are.
Yahana Israel. Great teaching as always. Great. I was in and out because I'm at a event, but I got most of it, and it's you always hitting it on the head on the nail all the time. I praise Yah for you.
Hallelujah. I'm glad that you had an ear that you could hear this true teaching of the greatest gift to mankind, and it is life. And we are to really consider and be gracious for the life that we have, because we didn't have to be born, and we are to be gracious for every day that we get. I mean, before this presentation, we was already talking in such wise. We say we thank Yahweh for another day. Well, that's every day. Every day is to be thankful, because that represents a day of life that He allowed you to have. And if you good with Him, more likely those days been multiplied. You should be 70, 80, 90 years old. And that denotes that Yahweh continue with this continue to give you precious gift, which is none other than life. You're still alive when you know people that you might think was better than you or worse than you, and they've been dead. But the Almighty got you alive, and there's a reason behind it.
Praise Yah.
Hallelujah.
Sometimes I really go through things.
A great comment, sister. Is there any other comments or questions or rebuttals? Because if I'm wrong, I need to be corrected. Don't let me go no further. Correct me. Is there any other comments or questions? Because I know a lot of us got the idea that we're going to live forever, that we're going to come back, the Almighty going to come back and get us, and we're going to live forever. And some people coming out the grave and going to live forever. So if I'm wrong, please correct me. If I missed something, show me. If not, as Isaiah 43 says, say this is the truth. Say it's the truth, and we just praise the Almighty and continue to wait in His grace and His mercy. Is there any other comments or questions?
Elder Brother Samuel.
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to say this. I believe what the word says, and then a lot of times I think, and I know it's not the incarnation, but I believe that when we read this Bible, perhaps, and I don't know, I'm the creator, He put you maybe you might come back in another body?
Yeah, I remember you said that in the comments and questions the last presentation, and I kind of forgot that because I wanted to throw that in there too. Dealing with life after death, or dealing with us being saved from this captivity, and then we all go home, and then we ain't gonna die no more. I wanted to apply that also because that is based under Christianity. When I first heard that mess, that mess came by way of Christianity, that you would come back and you might even be a tree, or you might be an animal. Or I don't want that. The Almighty ain't never promised us that. The Almighty perfect. That's why I read all of Genesis chapter 1. I read all the way to where it says, all that Yahweh made was what? Very good, right?
Right, yeah.
So he didn't make no mistake. He didn't make a mistake where he made you a woman, and then you didn't live right. You didn't live right in life, so he gonna bring you back as a shark, or bring you back as a snake, or bring you back as a pig, or bring you back as a dog. The Almighty ain't never said nothing like that about His creation.
No. I don't believe that foolishness. Not for 1 minute. Not at all. Not.
But it denotes what you just said, that we can come back as something else.
Oh, no, not something else. Like, I didn't mean, I said it wrong. Like, for instance, so I died, right? And then,
say that again?
You know what? Guess what? Right before I said it, I'm going to go ahead and stop because I'm wrong. Just before
go ahead.
Yeah, that's wrong. I'm gonna go ahead and say that was wrong because soon as I was ready to say it, something hit my spirit. So I'm gonna go ahead and say, be quiet, because that's wrong. That doesn't even make sense as I was getting ready to say it. It doesn't.
Yeah, because that would denote another creation. That would denote Yahweh. You know, like Yahweh made the air. Yahweh ain't never air. He just letting us know the route of man. That he just letting us know how long he will allow his creation. Just like it talked about the beast. The beast ain't really did nothing, but the Almighty still let us know about his creation. He said that the beast died and his spirit goes into the ground. But when a man died, talking about his creation, his spirit come back to me. And he go back to death.
Right.
So the closest thing that we can come with, sister, and this is where it come from. I know where it come from. It don't come from you. These sayings way older than you. The sayings come from Christianity. And the closest thing that we can come with, is in the book of Malachi. They talk about Elijah coming back. And what they don't understand, because of what Christianity has taught, is not Elijah coming back, it's Elijah's spirit.
Right.
It's the spirit. The Almighty could put my spirit on you, sister.
Right, Brother Samuel. And Brother Samuel, you got it. Because guess what? Once your flesh is gone, that's it.
That's it.
To put the spirit that he gave in anybody.
That's it. There you go. But he ain't gonna.
I got it. Praise
but he ain't gonna make your soul like anybody. Your soul was perfectly made at the beginning.
Right.
He ain't gonna put your soul. He ain't gonna put Solomon in David's soul. No, Solomon gonna have to live on his own soul, but he might have his spirit.
Right.
Just like Elisha had Elijah's spirit, but Elisha didn't have Elijah's body.
Brother Samuel, that's why I love you. I love you and your wife. Praise y'all for you. I'm telling you.
Hallelujah. I love y'all too.
Hallelujah.
I love teaching His word.
I got some understanding tonight.
Yeah, I love teaching His word.
I'm telling you. It's like, because actually I wasn't thinking that we would actually come back as ourselves, but the spirit, God's spirit, when he take that spirit, he take that breath, that's his spirit. When he take that back, he could do whatever he want to do with that spirit.
Yeah, he can put that on somebody else. We got testimonies of that throughout the book. Absolutely. That's how I make it work. Absolutely.
Right. Yeah. So I definitely got it.
Well, like I always say, iron sharpen iron. So we here for each other to make sure each other's sharp. We don't want now one of us to be dull. We trying to be sharp with this.
Right.
So iron sharpen iron. No, there ain't no problem. There's no problem whatsoever. What you said. Is there any other comments or questions? Great comments, sister. Great comment. Is there any other comments or questions dealing with the greatest gift to mankind, which is none other than life?
Hey, Brother Yehuda. This is Jimmy from Buffalo, New York.
Shalom, brother. How you be?
I'm good. How you doing?
Yes, fine.
Could you explain Job? What is it? Job 25 to 27.
Go ahead and read it to me. Job 25. Get there.
I'm sorry. No, 19, 25 to 27.
What the chapter and verses I gave?
Did you just give me? Oh, shoot.
Yeah, I gave these. I gave Daniel 12, 1-3. I gave Isaiah 26, verse 19, and Job 19, 25 to 27.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I missed Job.
And I stated, when I gave them, I stated that people need to read those chapters and read according to time and place. And I said start with Daniel first, but make sure you start with Daniel chapter 11. Read Daniel chapter 11, then read what you find in chapter 12, and then you will understand, hey, this is not talking about the last days of the earth. This is talking about a particular time and place. And then read Isaiah 26 and Job 19, and I guarantee you come to the same conclusion.
Okay. All right. Thank you, brother.
Shalom.
I don't know. I think something happened.
Oh, the brother must have got cut off?
Yeah.
He's coming back on right now.
Okay. Beautiful, powerful presentation, too. Powerful presentation. We needed this one.
Yo, cool.
The brother's coming back on the line in just a second, please.
Shalom, Yaakov. How you doing, brother? Brother Yamin.
How you doing?
Shalom, Yaakov. Long time no hear from Mr. Hania.
How you doing?
Hallelujah. Sorry about that. I got kicked off. Is you talking to Brother Yaakov?
Yeah, how you doing, man? How you doing, Anthony?
Just fine. I thought I just heard the sister say your name. Just fine, brother. Just great. Is Brother Jimmy still on?
Yes, I'm still here.
Yeah, I got kicked off. So what I was saying is try to read Daniel 11.
Press 1.
And then read Daniel 12. Because it's going to say some same thing.
4 digits of the party line you want to join.
It's going to say the same thing.
To join this party line, press 5. Or to exit, press 0.
Hold on 1 second, please.
Shalom, I'm sorry. Samuel's phone is distorted. Samuel, please change the phone.
To replay, press 1. To hear the previous party line, press 2. To skip to the next party line, press 3. If you know the last 4 digits of the party line you want to join, press 4. To join this party line, press 5, or to exit, press 0.
The light is kicking people off. If you get kicked off, you could call back in.
We have some information, but not all information.
Sorry about that, Israel. They keep on. My phones are messing up. But yes, Brother Jimmy, that's what I was saying. Just try to read Daniel 12, but read 11 first, and you will see the same terminology mentioned in the 11th chapter. And when you do, you will also see the character or the government or the ruler of that time in that place. And you will see that it's not talking about the last days as tradition have taught us. And what I was saying before we got kicked off, even though we call ourselves Israelites, our scriptures, many dictionaries, concordances, all of them are designed under the Christianity and Judaism. And we're not Jews. So a lot of the ideology that we read and the way the verses are written is due to the Jew man and the Christian man. We are the ones hoping that Yahweh give us the eye to be able to read the writing on the wall. Until Yahweh show us, we seeing this stuff just like the Christians in them are. We seeing it just like the Christians in them are. We got that coming back to life stuff from Christianity. Their whole doctrine is based on death. So that's why I wanted you to look at it like that and see if the Almighty open up your eyes to where you can understand Daniel. Because if you understand that, you're going to easily understand Isaiah 26:19 and Job 19:25-27. You get what I'm saying, brother? Hello? Can anybody hear me? Well,
Yes, I'm here. Yahanaya's here.
Yeah, we must have lost the brother. No, I'm on second. We must have lost the brother Jimmy Plant-Based, who I was talking to. We must have lost him. Brother Yaakov.
He'll probably call back in.
Yeah, Brother Yaakov.
Yes. How you doing?
I'm just great. You have any comments or questions dealing with the greatest gift to man, the greatest gift to mankind?
No, I just started listening just now, so I'm trying to listen, try to catch up.
Okay. But yeah, that's what we were speaking about. We're just bringing out the greatest gift to mankind, which is life. And we're trying to make a distinction between life and death and let the people know that the Almighty spoke to his people, and he desired his people to live. He did not desire his people to die. Matter of fact, he gave his people a choice. He said, choose life and good or death and evil. So ain't nowhere in the world the Almighty going to have us choose life, but it's a better thing after we die. That is foolishness. There's nothing better for us once we die. The greatest gift is life. We teaching that once he take life, then we got something better. That is foolishness, and it speaks against our Creator.
Yeah, I don't the right concept like I didn't, but then as we were talking, I got it.
Oh, I understand where you at. I'm talking about our brothers and sisters that's nowhere near where you at. They can't even see what you're seeing. They see that we're going to die, and it's a better thing when we die. Like I said, all y'all got to do is remember how they talk in these funerals. They tell you, don't worry about it. Your loved one is going to a better place and all that. How is death better than life? Why is you teaching me that?
Because we've been brainwashed.
And because it comes from the world's largest religion, which is Christianity and Judaism.
And that's the way they control you, by having you to believe things that aren't true, and then they scare the crap out of you, saying if you don't believe in a fictitious individual that you're not going to live and all. It's just nonsense, just baloney and just foolishness.
Absolutely. And even the resurrection. When they talk about the resurrection, if you look at these certain chapter and verses and these dictionaries and all that denotes Christ. All that denotes Jesus. Resurrection and all that denote that is done in the favor of Jesus. That's what they teaching you, because y'all ain't never said it. So they're going to tell you that this is done by way of Jesus. I don't care what dictionaries you go to. I guarantee they're going to supplant Jesus in there. I guarantee it. Dealing with resurrection, dealing with coming back to life, because their story is a story of death coming back to life. They whole doctrine. That's their whole doctrine. That's not ours. That's not the story of the Creator. That's the story of a creature. And I'm just trying to make a distinction between the two. That's all.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, brother.
It's Brother Yamin. Do you think, quick question, do you think that it derived back from, like, Egyptology, from when the Egyptians used to bury their dead with jewelry and stuff like that, saying that they go into a different place, and a better place and all that?
It could be. I mean, usually when the Almighty warn his children, he tell them, learn not the ways of the heathen. So, yeah, it could have been one of the ways of the heathen. Sure. The Canaanites could have learned that from the Egyptians. So whoever was doing it first or believing it first, sure. But I'm speaking like today and how our book is set up. Most of those fairy tales come by way of Christianity and Judaism. And we are the ones in darkness where we got to weed this out and find the writing on the wall. But we know, based on Joseph and Daniel, if Yahweh wants you to know it, he will reveal it to you. Even if the enemy can't understand it, he will reveal it to you. He did it for Joshua, and he did it for Daniel. So that's why we can understand this. Even though we know that some of the things been added and some things been omitted, but the Almighty still give us understanding. We still can read it. We still can understand it because he allowing us to. It ain't written for us to. If we go by how it's written, we're going to have to say, well, we're coming back to life. If we go by how it's written. But that a lot of what's written is supplanted because the Christians is the world's largest religion, and they hand in hand with Judaism. We ain't Jews. We ain't under Judaism. We under these 39 books, and we trying our best to seek Yahweh. And the Almighty said, the virgin and the young man should go to and fro, seeking the true word of Yahweh, but they shall not find it. So we ain't dealing with Christianity nor Judaism. We're trying to find and seek these true words. Is there any other comments or questions? And Brother Yamin.
Yes, sir.
Another example that we can use dealing with that Egyptianology. We had a father that died in those times. And the Egyptians cult or the Egyptians' ideology was never applied to Joseph. The only thing we find out is Joseph was embalmed and taken to the land and put in the ground. That's all we got. We ain't got no, he put his stuff with him. He had some plates with him and nothing. We don't have that on Joseph. But when you look up Egypt, you can find out about their pharaohs and all that. So I might have to say that we kind of knew better. We kind of knew better that there was no life after death, even though the Egyptians didn't. We dealing with the true and living Elohim when we got saved, so we taught better. We knew better.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Is there any other comments or questions before we end the presentation?
Yes, Yaakov.
Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, I think they actually take advantage of one of the scriptures where it says that the spirit goes back to the Most High, and they take that and run with it. So that's why you got people thinking that their loved ones is in heaven somewhere. But all it says is your spirit goes back to the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't say that you're up there. It just says your spirit. He took your spirit from you up there. So they take that and they run with it. And then they use the people in the book use their pen to exaggerate stuff. So that's when a Christian read it, they think, oh, we're going to heaven. That would include everybody, which sounds crazy because they think everybody is going to heaven. So that's what they take. They take that scripture and they run with it.
That's terrible. That's terrible. We went over that. Today. We used that for evidence. So that's terrible that they're using that because we went over that for evidence. And when somebody hear this recording, they're not going to be able to use that no more because we taught that. We explained that. And it lets us know that the animal goes into the ground with its spirit. It dies. But when a man dies, he goes back into the dust from which he came, and the spirit goes back to him that gave it. I'm taking it back. It's back to me. Another good example to show that they're taking that out of perspective, like you said, is when the Almighty told Moses that he was about to die. And he told him, hold up, before you die, I want you to put your spirit on him. So it lets you know the only thing that is given is a spirit, not a soul. That's the same way in the book of Malachi when it talk about Elijah coming back. And people say, is Elijah coming back? Well, when did man start coming back? It got to be talking about the spirit, but the way it's written by the Christians and by Judaism, it makes you think he coming back because that's how they got it printed. But when you understand the story, you know, that ain't never happened. And the Almighty told us there is no new thing under the sun. So he must be talking about the spirit. He can't be talking about the person. A lot of people think Elijah coming back based on Malachi. It's talking about the spirit.
And wouldn't that make you like Alpha and Omega if you're coming back?
Like what's the Alpha and Omega? Like the beginning and the end?
If the Most High is the one that lives forever, and you're coming back, don't that make you? Aren't you coming back to live forever?
Well, we talked about that, and we showed Isaiah 57, verse 15, that the scriptures only speak about one that inhabits eternity, and that is Yahweh alone.
Exactly. So that whole thing is confusion.
Yes, it
because
is.
I'm just saying you're on the same level as the Most High, and you live forever like the Most High.
And it make it sound like the Almighty made a mistake. Like he created you at the beginning. You didn't do right on earth, so I'm going to just go on and let him die, and then I'm going to bring him back and let him live forever. For what? For what? That don't make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't.
That don't make sense. We're dealing with the righteous, not with the wicked.
But I think this is a feel good thing. It makes you feel good. Whatever you're doing on earth, you don't have to worry about what you're doing here because you're gonna live forever. That's the thing you use to trigger the senses in your brain.
And no accountability whatsoever. You ain't no different than the Christian. Just like they said, Jesus died for your sins, so you ain't got to worry about it. Well, we teaching the same stuff when we talking about coming back to life. We teaching the same mess.
Exactly.
A feel-good teaching, just like you said. That's all it is, a feel-good teaching to get you out of a reality. You know what I'm saying? Get you drunk and get you smoked up where you be out of reality. That's all it is. The reality of the matter is we ain't seen nobody come back. There is no record in history, man history, that somebody ever came back. So why would I teach that? Great comment, though, bro. And that's truly what they be going with. They go with that Ecclesiastics, dealing with that spirit, and they go with Malachi, dealing with Elijah coming back. That's what they go with. And that's just two of many scriptures that they have twisted up, wrote in a way to make you see something other than what it means. It benefits the Christians and Judaism, which is the two largest religions in the world. They got authority over the printing presses and everything. What go in there, what can't go in there, everything. We just fortunate enough that Yahweh show us favor where we can read this book, and see what it says. Even with words not supposed to be there and all that, we can still understand what it is. And the only way we can understand it is because Yahweh is showing us a favor to understand. That's the only way we understanding this. We done had men that people done call prophets and everything in this book, and they didn't see it. They didn't see that the Israelites never kept the Passover in the enemy's land. They didn't see none of that stuff. So it got to be Yahweh revealing it. We ain't no better than them. We probably got less education than them, but we see something that they never seen, or at least they never taught. Great comment, brothers and sisters, dealing with this great presentation, which was called The Greatest Gift to Mankind, which is none of. Go ahead, sister.
This is Sabrina, and I was my comment. What do you call Islam Judaism too? Because I think that's kind of some Judaism as well.
I look at them all together. I mix them all together. I just did the two largest ones, but I think I stated earlier, I said Christianity, Islam, and Judaism.
Yeah.
They all in cahoots. They all in cahoots against the true word.
I agree.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
I agree too. And none of those words can match up with the words of the Most High. None of them. The way they treat their women, the way they treat each other, the way their laws, none of their doctrines can match up with the word of Yah. None of them. That's why we able to show and make a difference between the holy and the unholy. Because their words don't match up. Great comment, my sister. Is there any other comments or questions? So we got the season of the Passover is coming up on us, so we're going to do a couple lessons on that before the season is out. So our next lesson would probably be, I can't really say for sure, but our next lesson probably would deal with the Passover. And we got so many lessons on the Passover, so we're going to come with another angle just to try to show the people without a shadow of a doubt that the Almighty has never commanded his children to do something holy in a polluted land. Never. So that's what we will be dealing with in the next presentation. We're going to reprove our brothers again, dealing with the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. If there isn't any other questions or comments, I would like to thank each and every one of you again for lending the ear that you may hear, that you may fear Yahweh and depart from evil. We will end the presentation with Psalms 91. I will read Psalms 91 for us all in closing. Thanks again to each and every one of you. Psalms 91 in closing. And it reads, He that dwell in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. We will say of Yahweh, He is our refuge and our fortress, our Elohim. In him will we trust. Surely he shall deliver us from the snare of the fowler and from the noisome pestilence. He shall cover us with his feathers, and under his wings shall we trust. His truth shall be our shield and butler. We shall not be afraid for the terror by night, nor for the arrow that fly by day, nor for the pestilence that walketh in darkness, nor for the destruction that wasteth at noonday. 1,000 shall fall at thy side, and 10,000 at our right hand, but it shall not come nigh us. Only with thy eyes shall thou behold and see the reward of the wicked. Because we have made Yahweh, which is our refuge, even the Most High, thy habitation. There shall no evil befall us, neither shall any plague come nigh our dwelling. For he shall give his angel charge over us, to keep us in all thy ways, or all his ways. They shall bear us up in their hands, lest we dash our feet against a stone. Thou shalt tread upon the lion and adder, the young lion and the dragon shall thy trample under feet. Because we have set our love upon, because he has set his love upon me, therefore will I deliver him. I will set him on high, because he hath known my name. He shall call upon me, and I will answer him. I will be with them in trouble. I will deliver them and honor them. And note what he will honor us with. It reads, with long life will I satisfy them and show them my salvation. Hallelujah, 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 and shalom Israel.
Hallelujah.
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 Yeah.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. And Shalom, Israel. Light is the greatest gift to man.